Good to have you aboard a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Give a follow, subscribe, be a part of the show. I'm your host, Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, one day away from the Eagles and Cowboys. Little Eagles-Cowboys countdown today. We got a lot of football for the football fan out there today. Great show today. Looking forward to it. I'm excited. Brian Baldinger, a little Baldy breakdown today in the 3 o'clock hour. Will join us, John McMullen at 3 o'clock, Geoff Mosher for football at 4. So McMullen, Baldy, and Mosher today. You're not getting any better football talk anywhere else than those three gentlemen right there. A little baseball, McGarry. Former Philly, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran Dave Gallagher tonight at 5 o'clock. Plus my NFL Fine Five, Ugly Five, the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. The Nuggets are here today. Holy mackerel, we are loaded on Wednesday. And I'll tell you what, it hit me a little bit today that the Eagles play tomorrow night. It hit me a little bit today that the Eagles play tomorrow night. Somebody asked me the question, does it feel like Eagles-Cowboys week? Does it? Do you guys feel like Eagles-Cowboys week right now? Are you like locked in, zoned in on this game, or like will it hit you tomorrow? Like when has Eagles-Cowboys hit you? Has it hit you yet? Are you ready for it? The enormity of another season, which is a historic season. This is a historic season. Why? Because if the Eagles win the Super Bowl, they would be back-to-back champions 3 times in a 10-year span, which would put this franchise on the next level. In the pantheon of franchises, if the Eagles can win a Super Bowl this year, it puts them on that next level. But this is what I want to stress. You know, yesterday, Nick Sirianni said, I don't know that it's banner night. We're not even going out there. And I'm all here for it. I love it. I just heard the Rich Eisen Show talking about it, and welcome to the Rich Eisen Show here on 97.3 ESPN. And they were just talking about the fact that Sirianni said yesterday that the banner, they don't know about it, don't even know that it's banner night, they're not going to be out there. And I'm all for it. You know, anybody who's listened to this show over the years knows that I get very frustrated when Cowboy fan, Giant fan, Washington fans not as bad. They generally don't throw it in your face, but especially Cowboy fan who tell you how many Super Bowls they've won, as if anybody cares that you won a Super Bowl 30 years ago. I don't want Eagle fan to be that guy. I don't want Eagle fan to be the fan 30 years from now that's like, we won a Super Bowl in 2017, you know. You know, we won the Super Bowl in 2024. Nobody cares that the Dallas Cowboys won a Super Bowl in 1995. And Eagle fan, I stress to you, 30 years from now, no one will care that you won a Super Bowl in 2024. The only way they will care if that happens is if you keep doing it. Now, it's so completely irrational and far-fetched to think you're going to win the Super Bowl every single season. But you could certainly make a mark and make it memorable by winning them back-to-back. Asking for back-to-back Super Bowls, that's not irrational. It's not far-fetched because we just saw it happen. We saw a team go for a three-peat last year. And people look at that Kansas City Chiefs organization way differently than they looked at the Chiefs organization from when I grew up. The Chiefs organization from when I grew up was always known for losing playoff games. That's who they were, right? The Chiefs were always the team that was good, 10-6, got to the playoffs, and lost. That's who the Chiefs always were growing up. Take us through an era right now, if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, to where I don't need to tell you 25, 15, 25, 30 years from now, well, we have X amount of Super Bowls. I don't really care. But what I do appreciate is that there are eras of football. Like, I can acknowledge that the Cowboys era of the 70s was excellent. The Cowboys era of the 90s was excellent. I remember those teams. I don't need you to tell me about them. I remember them on my own. Make an era right now when you look back at the 2010 to 20, that 15-year period where we're in right now, if the Eagles can win this Super Bowl, when you're looking back at an era of football, you're going to say, man, that was the Chiefs and that was the Eagles that really dominated that 15-year period. The Eagles really started in 2000, but couldn't get that Super Bowl. Under Andy Reid, 4 NFC championship games, 1 Super Bowl appearance, no victories. But it's really when the Eagles put themselves on the map. In fact, how many people know what today is in Philadelphia Eagles lore, in history? How many people know what today is? See if anybody can figure it out. 609-403-0973. I know that's very vague and very random, but today is really the start on this day, this many years ago. It's really the moment that kind of introduced us to the Eagles that we today now know, Josh. It's the moment that kicked off Philadelphia Eagles football as we now recognize it today. And it's certainly the Philadelphia Eagles as we know them changed probably at this moment. Because, listen, growing up, the Eagles were not a very good team. They had some interesting seasons with the Reggie White years, the Buddy Ryan years. But most of the time, the Eagles were kind of a disappointment. Even during Buddy Ryan, that era of football, the Eagles didn't win 1 playoff game. Not 1. So, we get to this time now, 25 years later for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they have really changed the dynamics of the franchise that I grew up watching, that many people in the audience grew up watching. I mean, there's like different eras of people. You got my era, that really the Andy Reid era. Right before that, like I started in like the Buddy Ryan era. It was kind of like the first introduction of football for me. A little bit before that, but I would think that, man, who was the coach right before Buddy? Was it Marion Campbell? Was he the head coach right before Buddy? Was it, I'm trying to remember, I think Buddy Ryan is kind of the first head coach. I'm trying to think, is there somebody that I'm forgetting right before Buddy Ryan that was the head coach? I think it was Marion Campbell, but I just kind of don't really remember those years.
It was Marion Campbell, but he was fired.
Hold on. There you go.
It was Marion Campbell, but then he was fired, and Fred Bruni, final game of the year.
Yeah, see, Campbell coached until 85 because Buddy took over, I remember, after the 85 Bears won the Super Bowl.
Correct.
So in 85, I'm like 8 years old. I'm not really cognizant enough to know that Marion Campbell, like Dick Vermeil, I kind of vaguely remember Dick Vermeil being the coach of the team. But my first recollections of the Eagles was when Ron Jaworski was the quarterback, and then on third down, Randall Cunningham would come into the game every once in a while, and you were like, wow, this is kind of neat. Look at this guy running around. Every once in a while, Randall would punt, right? They put him in there to do like a quick kick, and he would punt it away. So, like, I vaguely remember Marion Campbell. I can't give you one distinctive moment of the Marion Campbell, which I don't think there was, era. Then Buddy got hired and kind of energized the team a little bit. They made it to the playoffs 3 times, but never won a playoff game. All I remember from the Buddy Ryan era is a lot of hype and probably more disappointment.
Yes.
It was just filled with disappointment, the Buddy Ryan era.
Also, they never had a legitimate offensive coordinator.
Well, they never had a legitimate offensive line, coordinator, running back. I mean, they had nothing. They just offensively was, hey, Randall, run around, make a play, and let's see if our defense is good enough. And then, of course, you got to the playoffs, and the defense always had a breakdown. They weren't good enough. Then they went to Rich Kotite, and that turned into a disaster. Ray Rhodes made the playoffs twice, was the coach of the year, one of the years, and then
fell apart.
In fact, The Ray Rhodes final season
They were, what, 30-13, I
was
think?
3-13. It was probably one of the worst football seasons that I can remember growing up. I remember Ray Rhodes last year. They went 3-13, and one of the last games they played of the season was right around New Year's. And I was at the Mummers Parade up on 2 Street, and it was just like, this team is so embarrassing. They were so bad at that point. Everybody was just ready to move on. And then they hired Andy Reid.
Final game, though, they lost 20-10 to the Giants.
What day?
December 27th.
Okay, so 2 Street, New Year's Day, Eagles season ends, and you're like, dude, they got to do something. They hire Andy Reid. Nobody had ever heard of this guy. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew anything about him. But from that day forward, they have become the Philadelphia Eagles that we now know. The day they hired Andy Reid turned them into the Philadelphia Eagles that we now know, because they are still an extension of Andy. The Philadelphia Eagles of today are an extension of when Andy Reid was hired in 1999. They build on the offensive line. They build on the defensive line. And quite frankly, have become one of the model franchises, maybe in all of sports, the Philadelphia Eagles. 609-403-0973. Mike, it doesn't feel the same because it's a Thursday game to start the season. Yeah, do you like a Thursday game? Do you like being that team?
Nope.
I mean, obviously, you're the Super Bowl champion, so you should like it.
You only like it because you're champs. You don't like it because you're actually playing. Like, you want the regular schedule. You want the full ramp-up of the week.
Like the pomp and circumstance of a Sunday game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't love but the Thursday opener I don't mind because it's the first game. I don't like the Thursday night game when it's in the season.
Mm-hmm.
But in this instance, in the moment, you like that you're the only game in town.
Yes.
And then Sunday gets here, you're like, man, I really kind of itching to watch the Eagles like out on my back porch like Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. You know what I mean? Mike Clarence from Delaware says, I'm ready for the Birds, but it's an odd feeling because it's the start of school and the end of summer, but we still hype. Go Birds. Well, Clarence, I got news for you. The Eagles start at the start of school and the end of summer every year. Just saying. I don't know.
What do you know?
No, but you're right. I mean, it means, hey, look, the start of football season does mean it's the end of the summer, which I'm okay for. I'm not like, hey, summer's, I could go with or without summer. You know what I mean? I'm not a big summer guy. Give me a fall. I'm a fall guy.
Listen, I love football with a passion, but I will tell you that I look forward to actually enjoying my summers one of these summers
Well,
a little more.
I've given up on the fact that I'm actually going to enjoy the Fall Guy. Remember Lee Majors, the Fall Guy, the TV show?
No.
A little over your head. Josh is on the Parkway, says, I don't brag about the Super Bowl win, but I see my Eagles gear, and they know what's up. Enough said. Yeah, you can wear your gear. You just don't have to be that annoying cowboy guy that tells you that they won the Super Bowl generally in the 70s and then in the 90s. Other than that, I mean, the last 30 years, there really hasn't been much to talk about.
It's a mentality. It's an attitude of, I don't live in the present, I live in the past. And frankly, we all get tired of the dude who tells you what he did 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, very few people walk up to you and say, hey, man, I just bought a used car.
Right.
They'll say, hey, I bought a brand new car. But the Cowboy fan has always been to me the guy who says, hey, man, look at this jalopy I just bought off the used car lot over here. You know?
Cowboy fan is the guy who wants to tell you about all the pretty girls he dated in high school.
T.O. workout in his driveway. That's not what I'm referring to here because I think that happened during training camp.
That was during training camp.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973.
By the way, speaking of that story, Geoff Mosher is going to join you coming up for Football at 4. I think he has one of the best T.O. sit-ups in the driveway stories of all time.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because that's when he was very early on the Eagles beat. And his story of how he got to cover that, I don't want to give it away, but it's absolutely wild.
Jeff at Ocean City says, I'm fired up. I'll be at the game. Unveil the banner. Now, Jeff, do you are you like if you're going to the game, do you want the team and the players to be out there and be a part of it?
Or do you care?
Or is it more for the fans and you're glad that the players don't care?
See, I think if you're an Eagles fan, you should like what Sirianni said yesterday. You should like the fact that he's like, oh, it's
Yeah, I'm
Banner
on
night.
board.
We're not going to be out there. Because you know what? It's the whole attitude that you need to move on. You need to focus on 2025. You can't be stuck in 2024.
609-403-0973. Now, I do see a couple people texting in the event that I'm talking about. A couple people are starting to get it here. Something on this day happened, and it's really, to me, the kickoff of this era of Philadelphia Eagles football. And it's not T.O. in the driveway.
I don't want to give it away, but can I guess abstractly that it has something to do with the team you're playing on Thursday night?
They were involved.
Okay, so maybe I am thinking the right thing.
Okay. Let's see here. Phil and Brigantine. Mike, anything you're concerned about to start the season other than health? Yeah, I think, do I have major concerns, Phil? Not major, but I think it's fair to say you probably aren't as good at cornerback 2.
Yes.
You're probably, today, I don't know about 5 weeks into the season, aren't as good at safety.
Very true.
Today, you're probably not as good at edge rusher as a whole.
As a whole, yes.
You could be 5 weeks from now, but I'm just saying today. Those 3 positions I think you can ask questions about. So do I have major concerns? No. But they could turn into concerns, no question about it. I think offensively, I don't really have a lot of questions on that side of the ball. I mean, I think you're going to be pretty good.
Do you feel like the questions about right guard have been exaggerated by some people?
To me, the right guard thing, the Eagles are telling us they're not as concerned as maybe people are talking about. And I'll tell you why. There was never a battle for that position. Like, it wasn't even a question. If they wanted to supplant Steen, you would have tried to do something to really ramp up the competition. And they did that at other positions on the field. They said, we are not good enough at left tackle behind Jordan Mailata. They went out and made a trade to improve that position.
Correct.
They could have gone out and looked for a guy to improve the right guard spot or add more competition, but they decided not to do that. So I think the right guard spot is probably, in their mind, fine. 609-403-0973. Watching on YouTube today, Chris Hernandez. What's up, Chris? Subscribe to the channel if you can. Says, going to the game, wish some legends present the banner. Would love to see BG and Kelsey. Now, that's what you do if you're the Eagles. If you don't want to put the team out there,
put BG out
you
there.
put like BG, Kelsey.
Maybe not Kelsey.
Why, because he wasn't on the team?
Yeah.
He's an ambassador, right?
He is.
Like, I don't mind if, like, past players celebrate in the championship.
Okay.
And because I do think the players, the fans, do want to have a connection to the team as the banner's getting unveiled.
Right.
But I understand Sirianni being like, we're past that. We've moved on from it. We're not even going out on the field. Let me follow up on some of the stuff Phil said. He says, knowing the first 3 or 4 games for every team can be a sloppy mess, there's a possibility one area your contributors are in agreement is that the corner could be a big issue. So much for Mitchell maybe following certain receivers. Pickens perhaps all over the field. Concerns. Well, Phil, and I think we have this audio from Vic Fangio. He did address Mitchell following the receivers all over the field, and he essentially said it will be a week-to-week situation. Here's what Vic Fangio said on Monday.
So I asked earlier in training camp about Quignon and the idea of him starting to travel. Where are you in that process? I think CD would be a good player that he's going to.
Yeah, it's something that we'll look at each and every week, depending upon the matchups. With this team that we're playing this week, they got 2 great receivers. But it is something that's viable for us.
Something that's viable for us. So he's saying, yeah, there's some weeks where, like, if the team has one really good receiver and then there's, like, the Cowboys last year, maybe he would follow around CD Lamb. Now, this year with Pickens, he probably doesn't follow just Lamb around because Pickens is equally as talented. They're just different wide receivers.
What I was going to say is I would say Mitchell should follow Pickens around and have DeJean follow Lamb around because Lamb lines up in the slot a lot.
Yeah. So to Phil's question, though, I think they will move Mitchell around. It's just going to be based on the opponent. Like the Giants would be a good example.
With
like
Neighbors.
Malik Neighbors, he'll follow Neighbors around.
What I was going to say was the Buccaneers with Mike Evans.
Godwin's out the first couple of weeks.
Yep.
They drafted Ibaku. Yeah. They drafted him.
Also, the Broncos have Sutton. They got to face him in a couple weeks.
Like the teams that have like a guy who's like clearly the best player.
Clear stud.
Number one. Terry says the Saquon Barkley documentary is coming out. Yeah, I did see this. Amazon Prime's putting out this Barkley documentary. It's going to be like somewhere in October. Do you see the preview today?
I saw a preview, but I didn't really pay attention to it that closely.
No.
I saw something with Saquon talking and saying coming soon. I was like, oh, something with Saquon's coming soon. Okay.
Now this guy says all the Eagles fans always talk about the Cowboys, not the Giants or Washington. Always got blah, 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 blah. He started to say some things, which I said it that way for a reason. If you ever listen to me, I always say I am a bigger fan of the Eagles-Giants rivalry. The Cowboys, to me, is it's like a Hallmark holiday.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, Eagles-Giants is like Thanksgiving, Christmas, the major holidays. The Cowboys is the Hallmark holiday. It's, Valentine's Day, the ones that are manufactured. I agree with that guy. So I'll tell it like it is. I agree with this guy. I think the Eagles fans need to just push the Cowboys aside and make them irrelevant. We are part of the problem. Eagle fan is part of the problem that they prop the Cowboys up on a pedestal that they don't belong on.
Right.
And I've been trying to preach that for years as Eagle fan. The Eagle-Giant game should be the one that's of higher importance and higher passion. But people are easily manipulated, and we have been kind of brought into this Hallmark holiday, which is Eagles-Cowboys. And I am more of an Eagles-Giant rivalry fan.
It's very fair because Hallmark's all about making money, and so is Jerry Jones.
That's what's happened. It's one of those things that they have really promoted this game as Eagles-Cowboys Week.
The last time I saw a Hallmark store, I think, was when the Cowboys won a championship.
Probably, though, the Giants.
There used to be one in Ocean City.
Yeah, the Giant, though, the problem with them is they just haven't been very good.
Yeah, and that's their own fault.
All right, a couple people are starting to get this. So,
do I get to make my guess then?
what's the Eagles' secret to keeping your O-lineman healthy? Miserable Jets fan, Cole from LBI. Yeah, Vera Tucker looks like he's going to be out to the year. It's a good question. Although I will say, Cole, Lane Johnson's been hurt. They have not been very good without Lane Johnson. Last year they had to play a playoff game without Juergens, and then, he didn't start the game. They started Dickerson at center.
And then Dickerson got injured.
Dickerson got hurt. I know there's been years where, like, Mailata's missed a couple of games. Johnson's missed a couple of games. Brandon Brooks was a stud, and he missed a lot of time. I mean, so the Eagles have had some injuries. The years that the Eagles have been bad, Cole, since Andy Reid in 99 to today, almost every season that the Eagles have had a bad year is because they had multiple injuries on their offensive line.
Right.
Almost every single time the Eagles have had just a miserable season. It came down to, like, Andy's last year in 2012.
Right.
They had so many offensive line injuries. They had 4 starters get hurt. And then the next year they were all healthy. And then voila, Chip Kelly's team was good that first year.
You mentioned Brandon Brooks. That was the 2020 year when things went downhill real quick for Doug Peterson. You had Brooks as well as other guys go down that year. Also, go back to 2005, the year after the Eagles lost to the Patriots. The whole team got injured, basically.
Yeah. So injuries to the offensive line, Cole, have been the reason why Eagles seasons in the last 25 years have gone down the toilet. All right, we're just getting started. The Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. The Phillies beat the Brewers the other day. By the way, Mets won last night. Dodgers lost to the Pirates last night. Holy mackerel. How do you lose to the Pirates at this time of the year when you need those games?
Bubba Chamberlain.
Well, the Phils got a little bit of a break last night with the Dodgers winning that game. But Phils tonight, Aaron Nola against Jose Quintana. How big of a start for Nola is this? We'll get into it. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. And by the way, the SEPTA trains, they're going to have extra trains on Thursday night, they just announced. Does that mean the tailgaters can go back and party now?
Maybe.
We're Sports Bash on the way. Don't go anywhere. I'm Mike Gill. All right, 2:32 on a Wednesday. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your service in South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. We got Phils and Brewers coming up tonight. Big one, Aaron Nola, Jose Quintana. So good matchups in terms of the pitching for the whole series. All good pitching matchups. You had Mizorowski the other day. You beat him in that wild game. Now you got Nola and Quintana. The Phillies had problems with him. And then tomorrow's another good one where you're going to see their best, Freddie Peralta. Last night you got some help from the Dodgers. They lost, so you opened up a little room there. Mets won. They've won 2 straight now against the Tigers. Mike, you can't figure anything out in this league, right? Mets sweep the Phillies. Phillies look like they're about to go in a tailspin. They win 3 out of 4. Then they look like they're down and out against the Brewers. They come back and win that game. At the same time, the Mets lose 3 out of 4 to the Marlins, and now they beat the Tigers 2 straight here. It feels like this thing is unsettled, even though it's 6 games.
Yeah, it's wide open right now as far as the race for, who's going to be the World Series champion. And Mike, I think it's just going to come down to, and actually Juan Soto said this yesterday after the Mets game. He says, this is September. Whoever gets hot this time of year is going to be the team that wins. And you're right. It seems to go day to day or series to series, what we think about these teams, basically.
All right, so Aaron Nola's going to go tonight. I know every time he pitches, it seems like the spotlight's on him. Do we have a feel, though, where the Phillies want Nola to be for them come October?
Well, I think if you gave the Phillies some truth serum and asked them what they want, the best case scenario for Aaron Nola, I think they'd like Aaron Nola to return to the form that he had, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And I think they like for him to be that game 2 starter in a playoff series so they could break up the lefties. Obviously you start Christopher Sanchez in game 1, Nola in game 2, and then Luzardo or Suarez in game 3. I think that's the ideal scenario. The number one wish list for Nola is to get him to a point where they feel confident putting him out in game 2 of a series, and they feel confident putting him out down a game possibly if that was the case.
Right, because it almost feels like if Nola's not one of the 3, is he even on the roster?
Yeah, it's a tough question because you don't know what role he has. I know what you're saying. If he's not going to be a starting pitcher in a series, what's the point of having him on the roster because he's not going to come out of the bullpen? Now, the caveat to that is, do you put an extra bench player on the roster instead of him? He's Aaron Nola. He's veteran. He's been with the Phillies, since 2014, 15. Do you want to leave a guy like that off the roster? But a case can be made. If he's not going to start one of those first 3 games, or if you're not going to count on him to take the mound, what value does he have? So, yeah, I mean, it's almost like, and we go through it every time he pitches, it's almost like, America's Got Talent with Aaron Nola. It's almost like an audition every time he goes to the mound between now and the end of the regular season.
I agree. And then I want to get your thoughts how much the Walker Buehler addition maybe, adds to this whole thing. Like, do they want him to be a guy to pitch in the bullpen? What if he pitches really well down the stretch here?
Yeah, I'm interested to see exactly how that plays out. First of all, they bring up Walker Buehler so they can kind of go to a 6-man rotation, or they sign Walker Buehler. That tells me, number one, that they don't think Andrew Painter is ready to pitch in the big leagues in a meaningful game. So that's the number one thing. And judge that about Andrew Painter's future however you'd like in the season he's had. The other issue is Walker Buehler has pitched terrible a lot for the past year and a half, although he was absolutely fantastic in the National League Championship Series and the World Series last year. So be interesting to see. I think they're trying to catch some lightning in a bottle. I think they needed a pitcher. They thought that Buehler gave them a better chance to win a regular season game than Andrew Painter. We can discuss that or make judgments about that. But I think they're just looking to catch a little lightning in a bottle with Walker Buehler.
Well, it'll be interesting because, as you mentioned, he got the save in that World Series clincher last year. He had the win 2 days earlier, came back 2 days later, and got a save in a game. So he has been one of the big game pitchers. Do the Phillies say, hey, you know what? We can put this guy in our bullpen, and that gives us a little something who has some big game experience. That'll be interesting to see. We know every time Nola pitches, Sanchez, we know will be the number one. But when Suarez and Luzardo go, it's almost like you keep moving the cups around to see who's on top of the ball here because they just keep kind of like changing the narrative. When Luzardo throws the way he did the other night, it's like, how does he not start game two? And then Suarez goes out there and throws really well. You're like, well, then he's got to be the game two guy. I don't think the Phillies really have an answer to this yet, but that Nola situation, because they probably want to split those lefties up.
Yeah, they definitely want to split the lefties up. I think, the only team I think that has thrown three lefties in back-to-back playoff game is the Phillies in 2009 in a series that they won, and they did it almost by accident. It was a cold day in Colorado in that series, and Pedro Martinez didn't want to pitch in the snow, so they threw J.A. Happ out there, and that's why they started three lefties in a row. They won the series. Of course, went on to the World Series, lost to the Yankees that year. The Luzardo-Suarez thing is interesting for me, Mike. I think if all things are even, I'd start Luzardo and put Suarez in the bullpen because Suarez has come out of the bullpen before, has experience of it, has done it both in the regular season and the postseason. So if the difference between those guys is close, and I think it is, one day you might favor Suarez, one day you might favor Luzardo. I start Luzardo, and I would put Ranger in the bullpen.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Let's transition over to the Castellanos situation. Is it a situation, or do they have this down now?
Yeah, I think they have it down. I think, they have the four outfielders. It's not a strict platoon. It's more of a meritocracy, and I think you've got to give Rob Thompson for the credit for the way that he's handled it, right? And I think, Mike, if they were doing this in April or May or June, it would be a problem because you've got to then ride out 4 months, 3 months with this situation. But the finish line is in sight. The playoffs are in sight. Like Rob Thompson said, check your ego at the door. It's tough for any professional athlete to check your ego at the door, but it's easier to do it on September 2nd or September 3rd than it is June 1st. So I think the situation is under control for this season. I do think, however, it calls into question, Castellanos' future with the team, but that's a question for the offseason.
Well, I guess the next part of this question is he seemingly has been rotating these guys around, not strict platoons, but more, hey, Castellanos, you're 4 for 8 against this guy, so you're going to play today. But is Harrison Bader making it more difficult to say you're not going to be out in center field every single day?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. I've been on the record several times from the moment that they traded for him. Harrison Bader, I've watched him play with the Mets, with the Yankees, with the Cardinals. You see what he brings now. He's an excellent defender. And I saw my man Tim Kelly from On Patterson asking Rob Thompson out in Milwaukee if, Bader brings an edge to the team, and I think he does. And Rob Thompson thought so, too. So I think Bader has been an excellent pickup, both offensively and defensively. And to me, he's your everyday center fielder. He's the one guy out of those four that can start every day. It's Harrison Bader, and then mix and match with Brandon Marsh, Kepler, and Castellanos. That's the way that I would go.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. The way they fought back the other day, you're playing the Brewers. It's a really good team. They're the best team in baseball right now, record-wise. You're down 4-0, going up against an all-star in Mizorowski. You've got Walker on the mound. It felt like that one's going to get out of hand, and then it turned into an unbelievably entertaining game, and that's the game where you're like, hey, should I believe again? Should I get back on board? It feels like we know this answer. It's very fluid. Depends on which day, which side of the bed they roll out on almost.
Yeah, Mike, I'm consistent on this. This team can win the World Series. This team has the talent to win the World Series. On the flip side, they could also lose in the division round, basically, But I believe right now, you saw their greatest quality on Monday. This team is resilient. This team has been resilient for the past couple of years. Just when they're down and you think they're out, they always get a shoulder off the canvas. They always avoid the 3 count. This is a team with their pitching, even with the injury to Wheeler, this is a team that can win the World Series. Are they a sure thing? Absolutely not. But, with the way they're playing now, I feel much better about them this year than I did last year. You look at how, even though the record is about the same and the offensive numbers are about the same. I don't know about you, but I think they're playing much better at this point this year than they were last year.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. The first weekend of high school football is in the books. I know you were in Delaware. I was up at Rowan. You were at Rowan. You were in Ocean City. You saw a lot more of it than I did. But first weekend, thoughts and observations?
Yeah, it's always great to have it back and a couple of big results. I mean, Atlantic City with a big win over Mainland Regional. Jalen Day, 240 yards receiving. Oh, every year, Mike, there's a team that comes out that you don't really, they're kind of a surprise and they kind of emerge. Maybe Atlantic City is that team this year. A lot of good performances. Joseph Scott of Hamilton, sophomore running back, ran for 240 yards. He's our press player of the week. He won the fan vote, so you can check that out on pressofac.com. And a lot of big games coming up this weekend. Mainland at Hamilton. Mainland trying to bounce back from that loss. Millville at Atlantic City. It was Atlantic City's win over Mainland a fluke. Well, they'll test themselves against Millville. Cedar Creek, Absegami, big-time rivalry game there. Lots of good action as the high school football season really begins to pick up speed here in week 2.
All right, Mike, we'll talk Friday as the Phillies get ready for another big weekend, and we'll be recapping the Eagles and the Cowboys. All right, pal, we'll talk to you then.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Mike.
All right, McGarry right there. Coming up, McMullen at 3 plus Baldy. Stick around. 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Kick off the 3 o'clock hour of football. Eagles-Cowboys tomorrow night. John McMullen from Sports Illustrated and Birds 365. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. Throughout the football season, we'll get you ready for the big matchup. But probably the most interesting matchup of the season to kick off the season is Eagles-Cowboys, because the Eagles are coming off a Super Bowl, and the Cowboys are coming off a non-playoff year. We'll dive into the matchup now with John McMullen, of course, right here on the Sports Best. So many things to look at, John. It feels like we've been waiting, and then it's like tomorrow night, finally, the game is here. It doesn't really feel like we're ready to get there, but all of the stories that the Eagles had, do we get the answers we were looking for through training camp? Did you go to training camp and have questions and say, okay, some of these answers have been answered for me?
No, I don't think at all. From a standpoint of defensively, obviously, I think, and even the Eagles' stubborn insistence on not naming starters kind of highlights the fact that, there are no slam dunks. We all think we have a pretty good feel that Adoree Jackson's going to start at corner and Sidney Brown's at least going to start at safety, and then you'll see how things develop from there. But nobody sees these jobs to where you say, all right, these guys are the answers. And you and I have talked about how much they lost on defense. And, I think way too many people are just say, all right, Vic will figure it out. Vic's great at his job, but I don't think that's fair to him. But because they have so many entrenched players offensively and they all make so much money, you have to make these difficult decisions. And I'd rather be in the Eagles' position where you have too many good players as opposed to most other teams who don't have enough good players.
Yeah, there's no question. I think the Eagles kind of will take their situation over Dallas's. But let's look at Dallas and Philadelphia here. If you were saying this is the opening matchup, is this a good matchup for them? Dallas kind of coming off a non-playoff year, a little down on their luck. Everyone's kicking them while they're down. Micah Parsons gets traded. Is this a good tune-up, or is this a big test?
I don't think it's a big test. Obviously the Eagles are the better team, the more talented team, and ultimately should persevere. I think by and large, by the way the Eagles handle the preseason in this era, that they're probably going to be a little bit sloppy, like they were last year in Brazil, and manage to persevere and win that game, probably against a better team coming in. If you want to compare the Packers coming into last year and the Cowboys coming into this year, I think last year was a tougher matchup. So, that's the goal early in the season for the Eagles, is to persevere in these games as you sort of get up and ramp up to speed. I think one of the undersold stories, the Eagles had very, very few, maybe zero. We were trying to figure it out, where their entire 11 starters on offense played together in training camp. Everybody was out at some point, it seemed, and the group was not taking reps together. Mm-hmm. And they'll all be out there, and that's the number one goal for them, is to get everyone to week one healthy, and they've been able to do that. But they didn't play together a lot. So, it might take some time to get that chemistry back up to speed.
John, obviously one of the big stories, as you said, has not been answered yet, is that second cornerback spot. I wonder how much you think that spot will be a factor in the game against the Cowboys, because they do have CeeDee Lamb, they do have George Pickens, they do have a talented group of receivers, and Dak Prescott, he is healthy, he's back. This is not going to be Cooper Rush as the trigger man.
No, and I think, if he's got time, you might have some issues. Dak Prescott, and positive the Cowboys already have their final injury report out, and Tyler Guyton, bit of a surprise, is a full go. Trayvon Diggs defensively is a full go as well. So both of those guys should play. I think that's big in Guyton's case, because I was talking to John Mosher, who covers the Cowboys, earlier this week. He did not think Guyton would play. So if he's able, then you don't have the backup left tackle in there. Then all of a sudden, it's Jalix Hunt against Tyler Guyton. Maybe that shifts Cowboys' way, and if they can protect Dak Prescott, they're going to have some opportunities to throw the ball with CeeDee Lamb and Pickens and even Jalen Tolbert and Devontae Turpin. So they have a lot of playmakers offensively, good tight end as well. So they have some things they can do throwing the football if they can protect Dak Prescott. One of the issues, though, is first and second down, because it doesn't look like the Cowboys are going to have much of a running game at all. And that obviously affects your passing game if you're always in second and long or third and long situations.
Right, and then obviously another spot for Philadelphia as we're looking over their defensive issues and in this particular matchup is at safety. And I don't know if you have a thought on who's going to play safety, but how it changes based on who's out there.
Well, I think you have a pretty significant difference. If it's Sidney Brown, you have more of a downhill player, more of a box safety. I think he'd be better in constricted areas, so red zone, things like that, where maybe he can his abilities can show a little bit better. Whereas Drew McCuba is more the coverage safety, the guy that's comfortable in space. But he's been injured now. He was a full practice from his hamstring, and in theory, he's going to be a full go for the game when the Eagles release their final practice report. But has he had enough reps to make Vic Fangio feel comfortable with a rookie? Because remember, he lost a bunch of days to a shoulder injury early in camp, and then the hamstring, and he lost a bunch of days to that. So to me, it's 50-50. But I will say that it's pretty clear that Vic Fangio wants him to be the starter, Drew McCuba. So if he's ready to go, it wouldn't surprise me if he throws him in there.
Right, and then, of course, there's the linebacker spot where you're going to see Jahad Campbell for the first time. How are they different at linebacker with Bond and Campbell as opposed to Bond and Dean?
Yeah, I think it's a bigger – you and I talked about it this morning on my show. It's a bigger difference than people realize because Bond's playing a different position. When Dean is there, he plays the weak side. When he's not, he's the middle linebacker. So he's got a little bit more responsibility when he's the middle linebacker, and that might limit his playmaking a little bit, although he did it in the playoffs and was fine. So Campbell will essentially play Dean's role Bond's role last year when Bond and Dean played together, if I'm not confusing people. So it's a little bit more movement than people realize. It's not just 2 for 2. Zach's playing a different position. And, me personally, I'd rather have Zach Bond at weak side linebacker, but they need him at middle linebacker when N'Kobe's not available.
John McMullen, Birds 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. And, of course, Sports Illustrated. You can read all of his thoughts on the Eagles season and right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Eagles-Cowboys tomorrow night. John, we looked at a couple spots on defense, but what about edge rusher and this, new look? They're going to have Jalix Hunt, a completely new guy over after Josh Sweat was there the last couple of years. Nolan Smith played there most of the year last year, but now really being looked at as to take that next step. Do they have enough pass rush in a game like this?
I don't know if they do. If they do, though, it'll probably be from the interior helping out the edge guys. I just don't think – I think if you look at this team, this Eagles team, I think probably the biggest weakness on paper is the edge rushing group. Now, they're very high on their interior group with Jalen Carter, Moro, Jomo, Jordan Davis, and even guys like Byron Young and Gabe Hall. And I don't think Ty Robinson will be active for his first game, but long term they like him as well. So I think you really have to count on those guys creating havoc and opening up some things for the edge rushers. I don't think it's going to be the opposite. So Yeah, I talked about it all off season. I'm very surprised the Eagles entered the season with this group. They did sign Obo late, right before training camp started, so that was a little bit of an addition. But yeah, I mean, Isaiah Foskey's going to be in for a workout next week. He's a former second-round pick in New Orleans, I believe. They're going to try to improve this thing as best they can, but you're in a time of year where you're not going to be able to make splash moves, and this is what I'll be looking on. Number one for the Philadelphia Eagles is this edge rushing group, because on paper it just doesn't look good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a boom or bust situation. They can be great, right? I mean, this could be a complete surprise, and I think, I don't know, if I said they were great, would that be the surprise, or would it be more of the surprise that that this was an issue all year?
I think it would be more of a surprise if they were great. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's that big of an avenue for greatness. I think there's an avenue to acceptable. Yeah, I don't see the upside that many other people
do. It sounds
do.
like you have some concerns with not only Hunt but also Smith.
Yeah, with Nolan, it's not necessarily his play; it's his ability to hold up through 17 games. You know, he's had basically. Obviously tore his tricep in the Super Bowl, but he's also got a shoulder injury that tends to pop up really, since his rookie season now and again. So when he's out there, he's a good player. I don't worry about that, but the question is, can he hold up over 17 games? And really for the Eagles, you're talking they want to play 20 or 21 games. So can he hold up over that with major snaps as well? Remember, he didn't get major snaps last year until Brandon got hurt in November, pretty late November in that Rams game. That's when he started getting those major snaps. So that's not until the second half of the season. So he's got to take a lot of reps from week one, and he's going to be able to hold up. And then from there, it's Alex Hunt, it's Josh Uche's had a groin, but he should be ready to go. Azeez Ojulari, who didn't have a great summer, and then Obo, as I mentioned, who was the late pickup, and it wouldn't surprise me if he was the third edge rusher at some point, as a guy who's done it and has some experience. So, yeah, I mean. The only path to greatness is Nolan staying healthy and Alex Hunt becoming great. And I think that's a lot to expect from Alex Hunt in year two after less than 400 snaps in his rookie season. Is it possible? I guess it's possible, but there's a lot of good left tackles in this league.
All right, John.
And by the way, Tyler Guyton's probably above average, and that's something to keep your eye on. Because if he has trouble with Tyler Guyton, who's just back from an injury, that's probably not a good sign.
Right. Yeah. No, that's a good point you bring up there. Let's go to the offensive side of the ball. We talked about it this morning on your show. I said, last year you have Saquon Barkley over 2,000 rushing yards. I can't imagine he goes back-to-back 2,000 rushing yards. So what is a realistic season that we can expect from Saquon Barkley following up, 2,000 rushing yards a season ago? What do you anticipate he does for an encore here when you look and say, this guy had 2,000 yards rushing. He added another 275 yards receiving. So he had, 2,200, almost 2,300 total yards last year.
Yeah, no, I don't think, everyone's talking about the touches. Are they going to limit the touches? I don't think they're going to limit the touches. I think, but I don't think they it's kind of frightening to what his touches would have been if they didn't have a bunch of blowouts last year. Like, I think everything fell into place. To me, with Saquon Barkley, it's about effectiveness. Is he going to be as effective as he was last year, this year? And I see no reason to think he won't be, because he looks better this summer than he looked last summer. So, he seems ready to go. He's kind of a physical freak, so maybe he's better equipped to handle the wear and tear of those touches. But I think a lot of people miss the complementary aspect of football that enables him to run for that. You have to play a certain way to get that many touches. And number one is the defense has to be really good, because you have to be playing from the lead, and you have to be winning games late to close them out by running the football. So if the defense doesn't play as well, and the Eagles are losing in the fourth quarter, or even needing a score in the fourth quarter in a tie game, they're probably going to throw it more, and that naturally would limit his touches. And if his touches are more limited, those numbers come down. But from his personal play, I think he's going to be just as effective as he was last year, and arguably more if he gets a little bit more comfortable catching the football in the receiving game. I don't know if that's going to happen, but yeah, he looked much better this summer than he did last summer.
Well, which would be unbelievable. I mean, this would be, if he could top the season he had last year, it would be unbelievable.
I don't think that's going to happen, because I don't think they're going to have the number one defense. So he's not going to get as many touches.
Gotcha. All right, yeah. One thing I would ask is, Shipley is the backup, not Gainwell. Does he have more or less of a role than Gainwell had last year?
Well, I think a little bit more of a role, because I think, just as I said, I think they're going to be playing from behind a little bit more. And I think if you go to a more pass-heavy attack, he's a very good receiver. And I think he might get a little bit more work from that perspective, because they'd be throwing it a little bit more, as long as he can hold up in pass protection, which is the big question with Will Shipley. Because if you start getting the quarterback hit, then all of a sudden you're not going to be on the field that much. So that to me is the big question with Will. But he's a great receiver, and I think that complementary aspect of football, people have to pay more attention to that, because when everybody talks about run-pass ratio, when everybody talks about touches, like, the defense has a big impact on that by the way the Eagles have to play. If they're playing from the lead, if they're closing out games, Saquon's going to get a lot of touches.
All right. The wide receiving position in this particular matchup here, is this a night where the Browns, Smith, Dotson, that crew, is this a night that they should excel?
Same thing. Tell me what the score is in the fourth quarter. Or,
well, do they have a big role in getting that score to where it is? Obviously, if they're playing from behind, then yeah, they're going to have a big night. But do they get them out to that lead?
I do think they want to get the passing game going after what happened last season. I do think they want it to be more effective. So probably early on, similar to last year. I mean, they threw it a ton. I think that's usually been the trajectory of the Eagles' offense. They try to evolve it early in the season and then scale back to what they're doing well at some point if they struggle a little bit. And, Saquon's sort of that default setting.
Right.
So, I think early in the season, they'll try to better evolve the passing offense. And if it doesn't succeed, then they'll scale it back.
All right, Eagles-Cowboys tomorrow night right here on 97.3 ESPN. A little taste of what you might see tomorrow night with this Eagles-Cowboys matchup. And, of course, the Eagles and the Cowboys open the season, and then they'll play one more time a little bit later on in the year. The Eagles do play the Giants twice in the first half of the season. The Eagles play on opening night against the Cowboys. They won't see them again until a lot later on in the season. So you'll get your little Eagles-Cowboys fix early, and then you'll have to wait a little bit while longer into the second half of the year for the second matchup between these two. We'll see. The Eagles have a tough first 4 games out of the slate. We'll be talking about it right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. John McMullen, everybody. Thank you, John.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, there's John McMullen. And by the way, the Eagles-Cowboys second game, that is November 23rd. So you're going into the second half of the season after the bye. It is deeper into the year. But we were examining some of the matchups in this game. The one matchup, if you're Dallas, that you probably like is who is lined up against Adoree Jackson. Also, if Sidney Brown is on the field, you try to find him, right? That's who you're looking for. All right, when we come back, it's a Baldy breakdown. Brian Baldinger breaks it down with us. Who are the key figures in this game that he is looking down? When he does his Baldy breakdown, who will we be talking about? Find out next when Brian Baldinger joins the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 327, football season's back when we get a Baldy breakdown to kick it all off. Brian Baldinger will be calling the action nationally for Compass Media on Thursday night when the Eagles kick off the season against the Cowboys. You couldn't start a season without a Baldy breakdown. Let's get it right now. The Eagles and Cowboys renew their rivalry tomorrow night right here on 97.3 ESPN as Baldy joins us right here on the Sports Bash. Baldy, it's football season. Welcome back, my friend.
Thanks, Mike. It's good to be with you, man. It is back. And I will be at Lincoln Financial Field tomorrow doing that game for national radio. So I'm excited about being in the building and watching the fireworks and the banner unfurl and the Super Bowl celebration and all that kind of stuff that the fans are going to enjoy.
Yeah, man. You know who's not going to enjoy it? The Eagles. It seems like Nick Sirianni doesn't know that there's a banner thing. Do you like the way that Sirianni is kind of playing this off?
Well, I mean, everything is kind of a psychological game. He sort of has been that – he's taken that approach throughout the offseason that they've done nothing for this coming year, and they don't want them distracted by looking backwards. I mean, they already had the confetti fall on them, in New Orleans. So, I think that, I saw where CeeDee Lamb is going to watch it. He wants to use it as motivation.
Yeah.
But I think Nick has taken the right approach. I think the players have said all the right things all year. I mean, their offseason was 5 weeks shorter than the Cowboys. They've done that, 2 out of the last 3 years. So, I think there's a time to enjoy it. I think Nick allowed them to do it. And then there was a time to get to work. And that's what they're up to right now.
They lost a lot, Baldy. When you look at this Eagles team, you think, hey, roster-wise, they're better than last year. Do you think they have some questions, though, or do you think they have some questions that need to be answered before we're ready to say that they've actually improved the roster?
Well, I mean, Mekhi Becton had a career year last year, and so they lose him. I think you lose a lot there when you lose him. But, defensively, I mean, that's really the only player that they've lost from the entire offense. Defensively, look, Josh Sweat was a really good player, and Milton Williams was a good player, and Darius Slay was a good player, but they're all replaceable, all of them. I mean, the Eagles are always going to draft, in the trenches. And so Ty Robinson comes, and, we'll see what Josh Uche and Azeez Ojulari have off the edge. But, I think Jahad Campbell is going to be an upgrade at linebacker next to Zach Bond. I think this has a chance to become a really good linebacking tandem. And so I would think that Quinyon and Cooper will be better players in their second year than they were in their rookie years. And so Nolan Smith was as good as anybody off the edge the last 8 weeks of the season. So while they've lost some, I think they're still really, really good. And a lot of that speaks to the depth and some of the guys that they brought in.
All right, talk with Brian Baldinger here. Let's get a little Baldy breakdown on this game. What about at corner in this spot against Pickens, CeeDee Lamb? They like to move CeeDee around. So no Darius Slay this time around. It's going to be Quinyon, who you just talked about, but his partner this year looks like it's Adoree Jackson on the other side. Is that a spot where Dallas targets?
No, I don't know if they're going to target a particular player. Like, I don't think they fear Quinyon Mitchell. But they do move CD around. They haven't had an X receiver like George Pickens in a long, long time. So, I mean, George basically works on the outside. He's not a middle-of-the-field guy. He's a guy that is very acrobatic on the edges. And so how you play the ball in the air sometimes determines the outcome of games. So, I mean, I don't think George Pickens has fear of Quinyon Mitchell, although he played very well last year. But I would say Adoree Jackson. I mean, it doesn't – it looks like there was some competition out there at corner. Vic Fangio, I mean, I'm sure you read all of his quotes. He doesn't really feel like anybody just outright won the job, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. You can only do so much in scrimmages and preseason games and practice. It's how you play the ball in the air against some really good receivers. And so we'll see. I don't think there's going to be a quick hook out there. But Adoree has played in this league, and he's played well in this league. And so he's going to get that opportunity right now. And we'll see how the secondary holds up.
Right. And then, of course, note C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They're going to either go with the rookie and Drew Makuba, or it's going to be Sidney Brown, neither one with a lot of experience here. And you wonder, all right, is that another spot where Philadelphia, in this particular matchup too, Baldy, I mean, that's one area where you think the Cowboys might have improved on offense from a year ago is in the pass game.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, if you make mistakes at safety, whether it's in pass coverage or whether it's in technique or bad tackling or blown assignments, you're giving up touchdowns. And so the one thing about Chauncey, like he was there for 2 of the last 3 years, the Eagles. He had 6 interceptions in both seasons. I mean, the guy took the ball away. He was a good thief. And the Eagles really came on, especially in the playoffs, with taking the ball away. And so they missed that from the safety position right now with either Sidney or Makuba. And so we'll see. We'll see if they – I want my safeties to take the ball away. I mean, you basically can see the flight of every single pass, in every single game. I mean, you should have some ability to go find the ball while it's in the air and anticipate it. We'll see if those guys have ball skills, and we'll see how they tackle in the back end. But, every year is a new year. Nobody has tackled yet, really. Everybody's a little bit rusty at it, and it just takes missing an open field tackle on CeeDee Lamb, and next thing you know, he's dancing in the end zone. So, they better leverage it and squeeze it and keep their head up and eyes open and wrap up in this game.
How confident, Baldy, are you in this edge rushing, this pass rush with Jalen Hunt, Nolan Smith? You're replacing Brandon Graham. Obviously, he's not here any longer. Josh Sweat's no longer here. Kind of a youth movement here. Is this edge rushing crew going to be good enough?
Well, I think they're high on Jalen Hunt. We'll see. I mean, he's got to step up now. Nolan Smith's development was remarkable, what he did last year. I mean, he's a real threat off the edge. Azeez Ojulari and Josh Uche both made the team, and both have had good days in this league. Now, they're not every Sunday, but I think, both of them are going to get an opportunity to come off the edge and do some things. We'll see if all of them are active, who is active. I think they're going to be really good in the middle, and that always helps. And then the X factor is Jihad Campbell going to factor into the pass rush? Is he going to come off the edge or blitz in the middle? Because he does have pass rush ability. And so we haven't seen anything yet. He blitzed one time in preseason, and he got a sack. I mean, they blew the coverage and blew the protection, so he got an easy sack. But, they're going to send a fifth rusher from time to time, and they like to bring an inside linebacker to do it. And we'll see if he can win. That would help a great deal.
Brian Baldinger is our guest. Compass Media's coverage of the NFL, Thursday Night Football. He'll be on the national call. And, of course, you look at that offense. They made the one change at right guard, and then that's it, essentially. This is almost the same exact offense back, but they have a new coordinator, Baldy. How big of a factor is that, or should this offense take another step forward?
Well, it's a factor. Kellen Moore really changed up after, they got blown out by Tampa and they had a bye week, and they really kind of fixed some of the things that were broken in the first month of the season. We got to see, it's not going to be a finished product, whatever Coach Petula does in week 1 or week 2. It's always kind of adjusting a little bit based on personnel, who's playing well, how they're protecting, all these kind of things. But I think that the foundation of this offense is still going to be Saquon, Jalen Hurts running, and Jalen Hurts scrambling. I think that's still going to be the foundation. I'm sure AJ would love for, Jalen Hurts to open it up and throw it 35 times a game. That did not get them off to a great start last year. And so I don't think they're going to depart too much from it. But, the good thing is Kevin has been here as long as Nick Sirianni has been here. So he's seen different coordinators. He's seen different play callers. He's going to have his own way to call a game. And then it's just a question of, does Jalen – I'm not going to say trust, but, Jalen's got some freedom at the line of scrimmage to change things and get in and get out of certain situations. And he's earned that. So there's that little dance between Kevin and Jalen has yet to really we don't really know where it's going to go yet.
No, but we know last year the dancing back of Saquon Barkley had over 2,000 yards. He added another 275 in the pass game, so about a 2,300-yard season out of Saquon. What's a realistic year in your mind for Saquon?
I think they've got depth there. They brought in A.J. Dillon. You got young Shipley kid. I think they've got some depth there. Jalen's always going to take a bunch of carries off the running back. I would say, because I don't think they're going to throw it on average 21 times a game like they did the last, 17 games of the season. So I would say that 1,500 yards would be a great year. And I think that's very reasonable to expect. He's healthy. He participated throughout the offseason. He didn't have to rehabilitate anything. He looks like he's recovered fully. So I would say 1,500 yards. I mean, he did have 7 touchdowns of 60 yards or more. That's kind of hard to expect that he's going to do anything like that again. That's just unreasonable, I think. But I do think 1,500 yards is very reasonable for Saquon.
Yeah, that's will be interesting to see, how the offense looks if he only had, I say, 1,500 yards. Crazy to think that would be, actually you're thinking look at a 500-yard, rewind in yardage, and if this team can be better for it. If this team is better, what part about this team do you like better?
Well, I would like to see if they could take the ball away at the rate that they did in the postseason last year. I mean, I think they had 12 takeaways in the 4 postseason games. I mean, you'd like to see that continue. I always think that if you can be at the top of the leaderboard in takeaways, and that usually usually need 30 to get there, that's going to help this team a great deal. And then I think if you want to take a leap, just Jalen's trust to the protection and getting rid of the ball quicker than he did at times last year. Not all the time, but at times he held the ball, I thought, too long. Took some sacks, had to scramble a bunch. But he really doesn't want to turn the ball over also. You like to see the ball come out on timing just a little bit more, especially knowing the level of receivers that he has on the outside.
Baldy, obviously last week Dallas made a big move with Micah Parsons. What are they now without Parsons? I mean, you take a look at what they were defensively last year, not very good. A lot of that was injury-related, but can they overcome losing him? They think they're better.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. He's their best football player on the whole team and has been for 4 years. So you never get better. I mean, I was in Philadelphia when, Reggie White went via free agency to Green Bay. We were never better. You're never better when you lose a star player. Stars win games for you. His first 3 years in the league under Dan Quinn when he was the coordinator, they had more takeaways than any other team in the league. It's one of the reasons why the Cowboys won 12 games his first 3 years in the league each year, because the offense had so many extra at-bats and the defense scored so many defensive touchdowns. And at the forefront of all that was the pressure that Micah was applying to the opposing teams. So they're not better without him. They can say all those kind of things. I don't care if they liked him, didn't like him. I played with plenty of teammates that weren't likable people, but they were great players. And that's really all that matters. You don't let your stars leave the building. Stars win games for you.
When you look at this matchup, Baldy, mismatch, or are people maybe not taking Dallas or taking them too lightly?
Well, I mean, you can't take them lightly. I mean, Brian Schottenheimer comes in. We really don't – he's never been a head coach. We could look at some of the offenses that he has run. You could look at his father. He's different than his dad. We really don't know how prepared his team is going to be. They might come in and, who knows? I mean, it could be trying to steal extra possessions in the kicking game and fake punts. It could be his field goal kicker is good from 60. They get points on drives. Dak could come out razor sharp. I mean, you can't take anything for granted week one. That's part of the intrigue of it. We got a new coach coming into Philadelphia, and we don't know how well prepared and how, just if they're going to play with their hair on fire. Maybe he has just the right touch in that locker room with those guys. And so I wouldn't take any of this lightly whatsoever in Philadelphia.
Brian Baldinger's with us here. Real quick, in the NFC East, you got Washington, you got the Giants, you got Dallas, Philly. No repeat winner in over 20 years we're looking at now. Is that the case again? Or is this an Eagles division and it's not close, or is it close enough that somebody takes it from them this year?
Well, I'm going to be in Washington on Sunday for that game. I think the Giants are much improved. And, Washington won 14 games last year and ended up at the link, in an NFC championship game. Nobody saw that coming. And I think they're better this year than they were last year. Doesn't mean they're going to win 14 games again, but if you ask me right now on September 3rd if the Eagles are going to repeat, if I had a couple extra shekels in my pocket, I would put them on the Eagles. I think they're the best team in the division. Certainly a lot of things can factor into that. It's a long season and injuries, all that stuff, but they look like they're the best team again this year.
Brian Baldinger, everybody. And, of course, new football season's back. The Eagles, the Cowboys, tomorrow night. He's on the call on the National Compass Media Network's call of the NFL. And, of course, he joined us right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It's great to hear your voice again, Baldy. It makes me feel like football's back.
Yeah, football's back, Mike. I mean, it's full speed ahead right now. I'm getting pumped up for the 2 games I got to call this week. So I'm just looking at some of these preseason games and how these teams finished and some of the different coaching and what they might be doing. So I'm just trying to get a head start here on what I'm going to see this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, fired up, Baldy. Fired up. We'll talk to you soon, bud.
Okay, you got it. Thanks,
Brian Baldinger, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And Baldy will be on throughout the football season right here on the Sports Bash. We'll be talking to Baldy as he's going to be on a lot of the calls that we'll be carrying here on the national calls. In fact, he talked about that giant Washington game. We will have that game for you on Sunday on 97.3 ESPN, and you can listen to many of the football games here on 97.3 ESPN. And if you're a football fan, fire it up. We'll be carrying a lot of NFL games on our sister station, Rock 104.1 as well. So multiple options for football right here on 97.3 ESPN. This Sunday, it is Giants-Commanders, followed by the Lions and Packers, then the Ravens and Bills. Can you get 3 better matchups on a Sunday that you want to see? You got an NFC East battle. The Lions and Packers, 2 teams vying for NFC supremacy, and then the Ravens and Bills. You probably couldn't ask for a better starting slate than those games right here on 97.3 ESPN. Over on our sister station, Rock 104.1, it'll be Steelers and Jets. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers against his former team. We give you that game. Oh, Justin Fields against his former team. We give you that game. And then Purdy and the Niners taking on Sam Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks. Those are the 2 games on Rock 104.1 this Sunday. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. When we come back, it is today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Don't go away. More Sports Bash coming up.
2004 season. Go on. What?
Go for it. Go for it.
You don't think this is bold enough?
I thought you were going to say repeat champion. You said repeat
No,
NFC
I don't think they're going
East?
to the Super Bowl. But we talk so much about that division. Everyone's checking for the Commanders.
It's the best team in football.
Okay, well, let's bust through this one.
The best team in football might win their division.
There hasn't been a repeat champ in the NFC East since 2004.
All right, that's Michelle Smallman on Unsportsmanlike this morning. They're giving her a tough time. Is she right or wrong? She said the bold prediction. So the unsportsmanlike moment of the day is it a bold prediction to predict the Eagles are going to win the division? Is that bold?
See, I think Michelle understands how to play the game, and I think that Evan and Canty are unnecessarily jousting with her because the reality is she's right. There has not been a repeat division winner
But she's
in 20 years.
That's the part of this that is the wrinkle, right? The Eagles seemingly are the betting favorite, the odds-on favorite to win not only the division, but they're the favorite to maybe be back in the Super Bowl. So is it a bold prediction to predict a team that's the favorite to win the division, even though a repeat champion hasn't won the division for 20 years?
I say yes, because you can win a championship and not win your division. We've seen it numerous times. Teams make the wild card and they win a championship.
I don't know what to make of this one. I mean, it's crazy to say, it's a bold prediction to say the favorite's going to win the division. But the caveat being, well, it hasn't happened in 20 years that somebody won back-to-back years. So I'm going to but that was her number 2 bold prediction out of her 5. It was the second bold prediction for the season.
I think Canty forgot that he was a member of some of those NFC East teams that disrupted some of those potential back-to-back championships.
Let's go over her 5 real quick and see how bold these are. Our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, Michelle Smallman's bold predictions. Number 5, the Titans will compete for a wild card spot. Bold or not?
It's bold, but it's not that bold.
Number 4, last season for Brian Daboll and Joe Shane as the Giants tandem. Bold or not?
It's more bold than the Titans.
Jags could be looking for Trevor Lawrence's replacement after the season.
That's very bold.
Look, that one was very bold.
Listen, if you go through 3 coaches and none of them can get Trevor Lawrence to work out, that's saying something.
Eagles will be the first repeat champion since 2004 in the NFC East.
Bold.
Niners will finish last in the NFC West.
That is extremely bold. I got the 49ers winning the division.
Right, that one I think is, something. But overall, Michelle Smallman, I love you, girl. Can't wait to see you again down at the Super Bowl. I'm going not so bold on these. Not so bold.
You're not feeling it.
Well, the Eagles are the favorite, and I get it, no repeat champion. But to say they're going to be the team that wins it, you're not sticking your neck out there. To say, who's going to win this division? The Giants. That's bold.
Would you have liked her to say that the Eagles won't win the division but will win the NFC?
Yes. Better. You can listen to Michelle Smallman, Evan Cohen, and Chris Canty on Sportsmanlike weekday mornings, 6 to 10 a.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN. Now, listen, the Titans thing, I'm not saying she's off base on that because that division is so weak and the AFC doesn't have a lot of depth to it. They could win that division for all I know, and that would be a bold thing to say, though. She's saying competing for a wild card spot. If she said they're going to compete for the division, that would be bold.
True.
All right, when we come back, Mosher's in the house for football at 4. Get his takeaways on the Eagles and the Cowboys as they get ready. What are some of the things that Inside the Birds is looking at? That's next. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Go to the Gallery Bar booking games this football season. We're going to be there on Friday and Monday this week. We'll be there Friday and Monday recapping the Eagles game. And then, of course, we'll be starting to look ahead to the Eagles and Chiefs. It starts quickly. It starts to move fast. But Eagles-Cowboys tomorrow night right here on 97.3 ESPN. Breaking it down for us, of course, from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, and Philly Voice. Geoff Mosher's in the house here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Mosh, we got a game tomorrow.
I know, man. Phillies-Brewers wrapping it up tomorrow in Milwaukee.
Yeah, a little double disco tomorrow. 4 o'clock for the Phils, and then, of course, 8 o'clock, 8:20 if you want to be technical for the Eagles. You know, we've answered so many questions. We looked at it from so many different angles. But as they go into this game tomorrow night, this Cowboys team, you know, is there one spot in this particular, just this matchup that you're zoned in on for tomorrow night that you're going to say, hey, it's Eagles-Cowboys. This is the matchup in this game I'm locked in on?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Mike. I think this. The Cowboys have been a one-dimensional passing offense for the last few years. And it's been CeeDee Lamb catching a truckload of passes, occasionally Jake Ferguson. We'll get in there. He was hurt last year. I think this would have been one of those games where – are you able to hear me, by the way?
I got you. Yep.
Okay, this would have been one of those games where I think Vic Fangio would have said, hey, I got this Quinyon Mitchell guy. I've been training him to work right and left. I can trail him on CeeDee Lamb all game long and just lock down everybody else I'll feel comfortable with, right? Because that's the guy. But now that George Pickens is added to the mix, and he generally lines up in an X position, Pickens does. I mean, he is a typical big-bodied, strong, physical, athletic X receiver like A.J. Brown, just different skill sets, but body type or what they do is play that X spot. So that means Lamb is going to move around, right, to the slot. He's going to play the Z. He's going to move around, and you're not going to probably trail Quinyon Mitchell on him because I don't know if they'd feel comfortable then flipping Adoree Jackson, whoever over there on Pickens, right? Because he's a pretty good receiver. And Dak loves to throw the ball down the field. So that's sort of the matchup is how do they contend with CeeDee Lamb against their number 2/number 3 corners. Now, Cooper DeJean's a good slot, so you'll feel comfortable there if there have to be some man. But just in general, what is there? I guess we're really gonna find out about that number 2 corner position pretty quickly here because of a guy like CeeDee Lamb.
Right. So that's one spot definitely, you know, because you're right. Vic Fangio said Quinyon will move around with receivers, but not particularly this week because they have 2 good receivers. That's one. Now, Jeff McClain tweeted out about a minute ago that Andrew Mukuba told him that he practiced full all week, but that Sidney Brown will start at safety. Mukuba will likely play some on defense in certain personnel, according to McClain, that Adoree Jackson, to no surprise, will start it outside. But how different are they with Mukuba versus Sidney Brown in your mind? They're 2 different players, right?
Right, and the player whose skill set Vic prefers is Andrew Mukuba. There's no question about it. He has the versatility. He has the understanding of where to be in that defense and how to make plays, which we saw in such a limited dose, right, in that preseason game. And I know some of that is right place, right time, but you have to be there to be in the right place at the right time with the interception, with the fumble recovery. There's no question Andrew Mukuba is the guy Vic wants to start. And there's nothing wrong with Sidney Brown in terms of he had his camp. He had a decent camp, did what he was supposed to do, but I just don't see him as the fit that Vic needs. So it wouldn't shock me if you saw Cooper DeJean out there quite a bit at safety, especially in base. And when they go to nickel, maybe you do see Mukuba in there ahead of Sidney Brown.
We're talking with Geoff Mosher, of course, Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, Eagles and Cowboys, looking at, obviously, those 2 areas. Adoree Jackson, whoever's matched up with him, I would imagine that's one area where Dallas probably has a little bit of advantage. Now the safety spot looks like it's going to be Sidney Brown in that spot. Would you look at those 2 as check Dallas in those areas? whoever's lined up against Adoree, and then the safety spot up against, usually a running back or a tight end or that third wide receiver. If you're Dallas, are those the two areas where you think you can attack? I would imagine if you're Dallas, you probably think this has to be a shootout kind of win.
Yeah, I mean, football is a matchups game for sure, but I hate to kind of look at it that way because it's not always one versus. You're not always in man coverage. And in fact, with the Eagles, you're often in zone coverage, right? So Jake Ferguson could catch like 7 or 8 passes tomorrow night. And, if you're watching at home and you don't have the benefit of the all 22 or anything, you're like, oh man, the safeties stink or the linebackers stink. Well, I mean, what if Dak Prescott has 4 seconds to throw the ball? Anybody's going to get open in a zone there. So, but to your
let's
point,
talk about that. Okay, go ahead. I was going to say, let's talk about that. Is it a fait accompli to you that this pass rush is going to be all over Dak Prescott tomorrow night?
No. I mean, there are some individual battles. This is where matchups matter that I think they can win. It looks like the left tackle for the Cowboys is going to be able to play, but he didn't have a great rookie season. His name is escaping me. I know it begins with
Tyler
a T.
Guyton.
Tyler Guyton, right. They have so many guys, Tylers and on their offensive line. Tyler Smith, Trevor Booker, and Tyler Guyton, right? A lot of T's on the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Guyton's a guy that, you got to be able to beat him at this stage of the game because he's not ready yet. He may eventually be a really good player, but not ready yet. And even on the other side with
that's an interesting
with Terrence, another T, the right tackle,
Terrence Steele.
Yeah, you got to be able to beat him enough too to make Dak have to throw that ball.
Well, that's another area. Like if at the end of the night, if Jalix Hunt struggles against Tyler Guyton, that should be a concern for Philadelphia in terms of the big picture.
I mean, I never try to put like one game, because there were some games last year where those edges, those young guys, Jalix Hunt was barely playing, and 6 weeks into the season, we were saying, maybe Nolan Smith should be an off-ball linebacker because he really hasn't figured out how to turn speed to power at the edge, and then all of a sudden he comes alive. So you never want to do that on one game. Also, the Cowboys do have with their health and with their weaponry, I expect them to be able to move the ball. They don't have much of a running game, so we'll see how much that impacts them. But they can throw the ball to Lamb, Ferguson, Jadon Blue, the rookie, and they can kind of do what the Commanders did last year. The Commanders had a very good game plan against the Eagles as far as how they wanted to move the ball. They just turned the ball over 3 times in the NFC Championship game. That you don't draw that one up on the playbook, but they know how to attack Vic's zone by going to the flats, going over the middle at times, spacing them out, and just trying to take that 3 to 5 that the Eagles will give you because they're not going to let you beat them deep. The Cowboys have the arsenal to do that. So it'll be a nice little cat and mouse game to see whether Vic feels he has to tighten some things up, if he has to blitz a little more, if he needs to get Campbell out of there and Trotter in there just for a little bit more sound back-end defense. That's all going to be on display.
Well, I was going to say, you got Campbell in the pass game, probably like a fish out of water in this situation at this level. And then I was going to kind of get your thoughts on how they're different with Campbell as opposed to Dean, because now Bond's got to play the Mike instead of the Will. That's a little bit of a different situation than the way the setup is last year. So how is that linebacking core different with Dean out and Campbell in?
Yeah, I just think it's different from an experience factor more than a matchup factor. I mean, that was Nakobe Dean, year 3, knew exactly where he needed to be, had stayed healthy until he wasn't, and played really well downhill, became a leader, really emerged in Vic's defense. And like you said, Campbell, I don't know that it's fish out of water. It's not like he's not played the position, but he is playing it at the NFL level for the first time, and he's doing it against a team that has some pretty good weapons that can attack the interior in Lamb and Ferguson and whoever else, maybe Schoonmaker will catch a few passes. The running backs will catch a few passes. So that'll be a little bit of a challenge. I think that the Cowboys are going to be able to move the ball on the Eagles defense. They typically do when Dak Prescott is healthy. He's had a pretty good record against the Eagles. I know that doesn't matter because coaches change and personnel changes, but he's a good quarterback and he knows what to do. And if he's protected, he'll know where to go with the football. I'm not saying I think the Cowboys are going to win. I just think that the Cowboys will show you at times that they can move the football.
Well, and that's the thing. If Philadelphia is obviously the more talented team here, and Dallas obviously is taking their lumps because of the Parsons thing, so that changes the dynamics for them on defense. But if they are going to win this game, it's a shootout type of game, and they have the weapons to go back and forth, you would think, and score a bunch of points. We've seen them do it with lesser talent.
Yeah. I mean, again, the health is matters because they have three guys who I think that they can rely on to work well with Dak. Obviously, CD, obviously Pickens, and Jake Ferguson. When he's healthy and when Dak's healthy, is sort of an underrated combination. If you go look at when they're both healthy and on the field, Ferguson's a pretty good third target for almost Goddard like for them. He's not as good as Goddard, but in fact, the way they use him. But yeah, the way they use him is very similar as that third target, more so than their slot receiver, right? The question you'll have is, can they rely on their offensive line, which is pretty good? We'll see. The left tackle is an issue, but can they manufacture good running yards without much of a running back room? I mean, we'll see if Javonte Williams can make something of this part of his career now. And I know there's high hopes for Jadon Blue, but he was not a workload back at all at Texas. He's kind of a change-up back, and Miles Sanders has not been impactful since he left the Eagles. So you got to have an honest running game to beat the Eagles, and because if you throw the ball too much, you're bound to turn the ball over. That's how the Eagles win.
Dak Prescott, 13 games against Philadelphia. He has 9-4, 24 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 3,400 yards, and he's completed 66% of his passes. So when Dak has been healthy, he has generally – now, the problem in the matchups has been Dak's healthy, Hurts has not been healthy, or Hurts has been healthy, and Dak has not been healthy. Yep. They're both going to play. Normally we get Cooper Rush versus Jalen Hurts. You know, it has been the matchup the last couple of years. That's not the case here. And when Dak has played against the Eagles, he has had success.
Yeah. Now, the one thing it's interesting because this is almost like the Jalen Hurts argument, right? He has won 9 of 13 games. If that's, like the Jalen Hurts, when we talk about him, he's a winner. That's all that matters. But I would say the fact that he's only thrown 24 touchdowns, I think you said, in 13 games, that's less than 2 touchdowns per game. So it's not like he's lit it up against the Eagles defense. He's completed a high percentage of his passes. He's moved the ball. He has won, but he's not throwing 2 to 3 touchdowns a game. He's not bombing on them like Jaden Daniels did last year with the 5 touchdown game.
No, he hasn't had that. I don't know. I'm not like going through game by game, but you're right. The averages say that he's having good, solid games against them. But I don't know about you. I feel that the Pickens-CeeDee Lamb duo is the best complementary pair of receivers. Like they had Amari Cooper and CD, but I think these two complement each other better because CD is kind of the underneath, he's the possession guy, hash marks, where Pickens will shoot down the field and beat you down that way. So they have a very good complementary duo there.
Yeah, and Pickens is the type of guy, and this is why I think Dak could have a really big year if he stays healthy, where you just throw the ball down the field, he'll get it. I mean, Jalen Hurts is a precise deep ball thrower. Not everybody can throw the ball as precisely down the field. It's considered a low percentage pass. It's just that Jalen Hurts has made it look like a high percentage pass because he's so good at it. But Dak doesn't have to be. When you have someone like Pickens, and even to an extent A.J. Brown, but Pickens has more of the vertical, like go up and get it ability. You just throw it in his vicinity, and he will come down and get it. And that's going to me, that has the opportunity to make Dak's year this coming up with him and CeeDee Lamb, like you said, complementing each other. If they could just get some semblance of a running game, they'll be all right.
All right. Last year, Saquon Barkley had about 2,300 total yards. He had 2,000 rushing, 275 receiving. What's a year that you can expect? If he had 2,300 total yards last year, just under 2,300, what should we be able to expect from Saquon this year?
Yeah, I think I've said this before, but this year is going to be like that Mike Tyson phrase where everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. The Eagles have a really rough schedule, and I know they want to take a little bit of the workload off of Saquon Barkley. I don't want him having 475 touches again. They've brought in A.J. Dillon. They've got Will Shipley in year 2, but how coaches are, Mike. If it's a close game and they need some plays, they're going to give the ball to Saquon Barkley. He's their best player. He was just voted the number 1 player in all of the NFL in the top 100. So, the best laid plans sometimes go to rest because things change. So, I think a realistic expectation is if he stays healthy, he's going to get a lot of touches and a lot of yards again.
Well, are they better equipped with Shipley and Dillon than last year with Gainwell? Gainwell was essentially the main back. So was the role of the second guy bigger?
It only is bigger if the situation allows it to be. So, yes, the answer is yes. Will Shipley gives you more. A.J. Dillon surely can give you a little bit more as a number 3 running back. But again, if it's 14-10 in the third quarter, in the fourth quarter, 21-20, Barkley's going to be the one out there. Mm-hmm. You know, it's going to be 75 to 80% Barkley unless the Eagles can find some ways to get production out of their running backs in the passing game or the rushing game, but mostly really the passing game that they weren't able to get from Kenny Gainwell. So they feel confident that they can still move the ball even when Barkley's not out there.
All right, let's look at the game on Thursday, and I'll ask you this about the offense. Barkley, obviously, is this a pass night or a run night? They have 2 good corners, Bland and obviously Diggs looks like he's going to play. So is this a night you attack them in the secondary? Is Dallas a team you can beat in the air, or is Dallas a team you ran all over them last year? They said we made a trade of our best pass rusher because we needed to get better against the run. They acquired a D tackle. So is this a team you run on, or is this a team you throw to win?
Probably run, because Matt Eberflus is a big zone guy with 2 deep safeties. I mean, he used to, back in the day, he was a real cover 2 kind of guy, which invites the run because you have both safeties away from the line of scrimmage. Now, he has changed up a little bit since going from the Colts to the Bears and now the Cowboys. I did watch some of their preseason tape. I don't put too much into it, but he's not going to blitz a whole lot. And it's week 1, so it's not like you've got like 15, 20 minutes of I'm sorry. It's not like you've got 6 to 8 weeks, I should say, of a lot of tape or time like Spagnuolo had for the Super Bowl to figure out a way to stop Saquon and make the passing game beat you. So I assume that it's going to be a run game unless it can't be.
All right, I want to ask you, get your opinion on this. Our unsportsmanlike moment of the day today. Michelle Smallman predicted that the Eagles will be the first repeat winner in the NFC East in 20 years. Do you consider that a bold prediction?
Yeah. I do.
They are the favorite. They're the favorite to win the division.
Oh, well, yeah, but do you know how many of those teams that won the NFC East over the last 20 years were actually favored to win the NFC East again the next year? A majority of them were. So, I mean, it's just...
So you're classifying that as a bold prediction?
I am, yeah.
Okay. That was her number 2 bold prediction for the season, that the Eagles will be the first repeat winner in the East since 2004.
I mean, how can it not be bold? 20 years is a long time, man. That's a lot of evidence to say it's not.
They are the betting favorite, and they're one of the top 3 Super Bowl. They're not the favorite to win the Super Bowl. They're 2 teams tied for the best odds, and then the Eagles. It's the Ravens and the Bills are both plus 600, and Philadelphia's plus 700.
Well, my power rankings came out, my first week 1 power rankings on Philly Voice today, and I did have the Ravens number 1 and the Eagles number 2. And it's simply, to me, they both have loaded rosters. The Ravens lost nobody this offseason. They're over the second half of last year, their defense was second only to the Eagles as far as total yards and points, I believe. And they brought everybody back. They added Jair Alexander, who right now is healthy, and they've got, they don't have as talented wide receivers as the Eagles do, but they have an unbelievable quarterback, a great tight end too. They've got a really good offensive line. They have as good of a running back as there is in Derrick Henry. I just think they have fewer questions because they lost fewer folks in the offseason.
All right, the Eagles and Cowboys tomorrow night. Listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Geoff Mosher, the next time we talk, we will have seen a game. Will we be talking about an Eagles win, though? Can the Cowboys come here? All the hype. We know how these games go. They have not gone well for Philly teams. Who's ringing the bell? You got Allen Iverson. Oh, my gosh. And then they fall flat, right? I mean, it seems that any time there's a big night at the stadiums, the home team falls apart. They did win the last time. But they got booed at halftime. It was a 6-3 game against the Falcons. They came back and won that game 18-12. But can Dallas come in here with this offense, make it a high-scoring shootout, and steal a win when pretty much nobody is looking at Dallas? They're all laughing at him because of this Parsons thing.
Yeah. Could they? Yes. Will they? No. That's my prediction.
All right. Simply put, Geoff Mosher for Football at 4. He likes the Eagles, it sounds like, to win opening night. Listen to all the action right here on 97.3 ESPN. Another season of Football at 4, and over there at Inside the Birds, got a bunch of stuff going on. Check out everything on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, Jeff's Power Rankings are up right now over at phillyvoice.com. All right, Mosher. See you, bud.
Take care, Mike.
All right, Geoff Mosher, everybody, on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We got Football at 4 for you every day, of course, here on the Sports Bash. But when we come back, it's today's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw has the Nuggets for you today. Phil's in action. I do not see a lineup out there. They did make a roster move today. Daniel Robert has been placed on the 15-day IL retroactive to yesterday with a forearm strain. And Max Lazar has been recalled from AAA Lehigh Valley. So Robert comes in the other day, gets a couple of key outs in that game, and now he goes on to the injured list. So he is done for at least the next 15 days. Max Lazar is up for the Phillies. The lineup for the Phils not out yet. They do play in Milwaukee, so maybe should be out in a couple. It's only 3:22 out there, so it should be coming out any moment now. We'll see. We'll keep our eye on that. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Here's something for you, Josh. You're a Red Zone guy. You see that the Red Zone is going to have commercials this year.
I did see that. This was coming. We knew this was coming. The last few years, they started doing very little nefarious stuff, like doing a quarter box with an ad here and there. The hour sponsor brought to you by. Started doing little stuff, but now apparently they are going full Monty.
Yes. Commercials for the Red Zone fans out there. So now,
I'm disappointed, but I can't say I'm surprised.
Well, Scott Hansen said today on the McAfee show that they won't miss any action. No touchdowns, nothing. I said, well, how would you know if you're in commercial if something scores?
Scott Hansen would know.
You're going to be showing in delay, though.
They are going to show it. And I think that is where now a decision has to be made. The priority of Red Zone was you actually saw the game action many times before the regular telecast did, because you get the NFL's feed before the television feed, right? So now if there's going to be moments in delay, how many people are going to stick with it? Because a lot of people who watch Red Zone, they're watching for fantasy football purposes, sports betting purposes. That was the perk. Now, if you're getting it on delay, do some of those people say, you know what, maybe like a YouTube TV or something might be better?
Oh, no. All right. Well, I'm not a Red Zone guy, so I can't really help you out with that one. All right, coming up next, it's the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 4:31 on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. We got the Nuggets in just a second. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast. He is the producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He's also launched his own YouTube show, which he can tell you about here in a second, which you can check out on the YouTube platform. And he joins us now for another edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's going on, Nick? We got the Eagles, Cowboys. We got the Phillies, although no lineup for the Phillies out just yet. They did make a move putting Daniel Robert on the injured list, calling up Max Lazar, but I have not seen a lineup yet. What's going on with you?
What's going on? Yeah, I haven't seen a lineup yet either. A little strange, but we'll get into the Phils in just a sec. Earnshaw Radio got the new YouTube channel out there. We got a great interview with a former 2008 World Series champ. And I'm going to announce it right now. Scott Air going to be joining me for a new episode, new interview coming up. So that'll be dropping tonight at 9 o'clock on YouTube and X, Earnshaw Radio. So that'll be a lot of fun. Got a couple more interviews coming throughout the next week or so as well. So it's good. It's been fun. It's been busy, to say the least. But with that being said, we got to get into the Nuggets, Mike. And you kind of stole my nugget from me already going into the break. There was no way I wasn't going to bring this up. Nugget number one, Red Zone's going to continue with the commercials. And we knew this was going to happen, though. We knew it was going to happen. I know you don't care. You're not a Red Zoner. But a lot of the audience out there is a Red Zoner. I'm a Red Zoner. He, the man himself, Scott Hansen, was on McAfee today and kind of broke the news without breaking the news, without actually saying it. He said it. Take a listen.
The business folks handle the business.
Of course.
And I have no say over different elements that could or could not be in the show.
Okay.
And so I'll just tell you right now, when you see me come on the air here, we're going to hit the Octo Box. We've got 8 games in the early window, taking you around all the different cities. And then when we get into it, ladies and gentlemen, it's been more than 250 days since the first full NFL Sunday, but we are back. And 7 hours of Red Zone football starts now.
Oh, that's awful. 7 hours of Red Zone football? I mean, the commercial free being omitted. And he started it last year when they started adding the commercials in. Mike, this is devastating. Devastating for football fans here. I mean, it's a dark day.
I guess I feel for all of you that watch
You
the Red
should.
Zone. I'm not one of those people, so this doesn't really affect me all that much, but I'm sorry.
You gotta be. I mean, this is awful. You know how many years I would sit there with my dad, my brother, my mom, family members, friends. We'd sit there and wait for 1 o'clock to show up, right? At 1 p.m., you're ready to go on a Sunday. The Octo Box shows and 7 hours of commercial-free football. Commercial-free was the whole point.
Yeah.
So this is a big deal. It's number one trending on X right now. Number one, this whole discussion. People are freaking out about this. But honestly, if you knew, you kind of knew this was coming. Once they started adding in, you and Josh hit on it before the break, before the Nuggets, you knew it was going to happen because they started adding in like the partial ads, like going to the smaller box when Scott was on or during a game, they'd add, certain ads on there. So you knew this was ultimately going to happen. It's too big of an audience and too big of a show for there not to be ads. So listen, I figured it was coming. The day has finally gotten here, and it's official. You're never going to get commercial-free football ever again.
Now, let me tell you, there was a time in my life where I did watch the Red Zone a lot, all right? Back in the day when, like,
News?
What?
This is news. This is news to me.
So back in the day, on Sundays, we used to sit at my buddy's house, like, 5 or 6 of us, all day long from, like, noon to midnight watching football games. So we would have the Red Zone. We would have the Eagles game on, like, the main TV, and then he had, like, 5 other TVs in there, and we would have, like, other games, Red Zone, and then once the Eagles game ended, we generally went to the Red Zone on the main TV and then put whatever games were on TV on the other ones. But that's where I was like, I need a commercial. I need to get up and go to the bathroom. Like, I need a little break. I need to get a little snack or something.
Well, maybe you're in now because there is going to be commercials. You can get up now during the red zone. Now you can do all that.
See, like for instance, on Sunday, the Eagles play Thursday night.
Yep.
On Sunday, I will be locked into Giants Commanders because that's the game that affects me, what I do the most. So I'm into that game. I need to know the ins and outs of all the teams. I don't want to look at a team for 30 seconds because you don't get a good enough feel of who that team is. If I want to do my job the way I want to do my job, I can't watch a game in a red zone fashion. These people watch a red zone and act like they've seen a football team play. Nah, that's not the way it works.
You also are not a fantasy guy either.
I am a fantasy guy. I play fantasy. I had my draft last night. The moron in front of me gave me Jamar Chase.
See, I thought you were out on the fantasy. I thought you were out on the fantasy.
I used to be in too many leagues, and I got to the point I'm in my one league that I've been in for years, and that's my only one. I like it. It's simple. I like the rules. I like the roster situation. So I said, you know what? I'm going to stay in that one, but the rest of it, it's too much.
See, I love Red Zone because of the fantasy aspect. They go from game to game. You can figure out, all right, is this guy going to score? Is who's going to happen? I got 3 leagues. That's why Red Zone is so key. The fantasy element is what makes Red Zone and adds to the greatness of it.
You know, I have a phone now that does that.
Yeah, but I want to watch it on the big screen. You're going from game to game. I love going back and forth. I love seeing all of it all at once.
I will tell you, the YouTube TV gives you the box, the quad box. You can pick the games.
You might have convinced me on the YouTube TV coming up here soon. I might have to make the switch. I might have to at some point. I'm on the Hulu right now, so I don't know if I can get the quad box on there. I love the quad box. I mean, you hear Scott talk about it. They go to the octo box. How can you not love an octo box there, Mike?
That's too much. 8 screens, you can't really see anything. Really.
Awesome. So great. It's so great. By the way, I had someone tell me they're in 13 leagues for fantasy.
That's too much.
It's insane. That's way too much. 3, I think it's a lot. And that's how many I'm in. I had to cut down from 5. 13 leagues is insane. All right, let's move along. I want to talk
13 leagues is insane. At the height of my fantasy, I think I was in like 4. And that was just, I said, all right, I got to start cutting some of these out. And now I'm down to 1. I always told Josh, look, I don't want you guys not to have a league. If you couldn't find someone, I would step in, but try to do it without me.
Yeah, I was in 5 at my height. I'm now in 3, and I will not be going in anymore. I'm done. I'm out. 13. When I was told that, I was baffled. I'm like, you're playing against yourself like 18 times here, by the way. So there's that. All right.
I was just going to say really quick. I was going to say really quick that, I think at this point, YouTube TV owes Mike Gill his monthly subscription. He has given them so much free publicity in the last couple of years. YouTube TV needs to pay Mike Gill for all of the free publication.
I will say this. It started off at like $39.99. It is now like $70. I don't know what I pay for. It's like $82 something now.
$84, I think.
Yeah, it has gotten to the point where it's like cable was. Like I'm paying too much for the whole thing. With that and my internet, I'm almost back to where I was with cable.
I've said this multiple times. I probably said it on here. Literally, streaming is becoming cable. It's just another version.
Well,
it's essentially what it is.
That's a whole niche topic that I'm really into. I listen to a lot of podcasts about this, but they had the cable bundle. They unbundled the bundle, and now they're trying to rebundle it back together because it got so expensive to unbundle it. But the cable thing has almost fallen apart because of it. And I don't know if you can put it back together, but yes, YouTube TV has essentially become cable because it's so expensive. And the whole thing of it is, I got so many channels that I don't need on YouTube TV. Like I got 90. Like the big thing is, like it used to have like 50 channels maybe. Now it's got like you're going down. It's like Ion 1, Ion 2, Ion 3. I'm like, I don't need all these Ions.
It's all going to be the same thing. It all comes back, doesn't it? That's what it is. All right, baseball. I was trying to get to baseball. We'll get to baseball. All right, nugget number 2. Aaron Nola on the bump tonight for the Fightins. I still haven't seen a lineup yet. Maybe I have to refresh. But listen, Aaron Nola is going to be on the bump tonight. 3-7, 6.47 ERA on the year. He has pitched 6 innings in his last 2 starts. He's pitching 3 starts since he came back from the injury. 4 earned in his last start, 2 earned in his one before that. Listen, Mike, tonight is a big start for Aaron Nola. I mean, this is going to be a kind of a preview of the postseason, right? You're going up against the Milwaukee Brewers, best record in the National League, and you're going to need something out of Aaron Nola tonight. This is a preview for what I think you're going to expect out of Aaron Nola. You need a big start out of him tonight. If you could get 6 innings out of him again, great. But that Aaron Nola is going to pitch in the postseason, and tonight is a night where you need him to show something and show a sign of life and say, hey, I trust you a little bit in the postseason again this year coming off this injury.
Well, listen, if he pitches like he did the last game, that's good enough. That's not good enough for me. Everyone's like, I'm like, to me, that game wasn't good enough. He gave up 3 runs in the first inning. Then he gave up another home run later on in the game. They just happened to hit 4 home runs from Schwarber. Harper had a homer. Bohm had a homer. Realmuto had a homer. Kepler had a homer. So his start wasn't necessarily needed, but to me, you can't be down 3-0 in the first inning of a playoff game and think you're going to get back into that game. So I need to see more from Nola. I am certainly not ready to say Nola's the guy. This is the way I think it will be. Nola's either the number 2 guy, and there's no question here for them, like whether he pitches well or not. They might just have it in our heads. Nola's our guy. He's done it before. He'll get it back. If it's not that, then I don't think he makes the roster in the divisional round, and then he makes the roster in the championship round if they make it, and he's the number 4 starter. So to me, best case scenario for him is that he's the Noah Syndergaard guy that pitches that 4th game, and that's the only time you see him. I don't know that he has not pitched well enough for me to be the number 2 starter. Because put it this way, let's say you lose that first game. Just throwing that out there. You want a guy who's 1-8 or 2-8 to go in there and be the guy in game number 2?
You could always go back-to-back lefties. It's like you could start Ranger in game 2 if you needed to. I mean, you could always do that.
I understand that, but my point
rule.
is, if Nola pitches, most people think he would be the number 2 guy to split the lefties. Okay, if he's not number 2, then he's number 3. And I'm saying, even as the number 3 guy, I don't know that I feel like that's the guy that I want to go to in the game 3 situation. Like, if I have a 2-0 lead, I don't want to cough that lead up. I want to close it out and end that thing.
I think what you said earlier in the Nugget, where he would be like, they've trusted him before. He's been there. He's done that, right? Like, he's pitched in the postseason. He's had success in the postseason before. We trust him. We're not going to put him in the bullpen or leave him off the roster. I can't see the Phillies doing that. I think they have too much confidence in Nola to go out there and pitch well in the postseason. And by the way, he struggled through regular seasons before. I mean, this season he's been hurt, but he struggled through regular seasons before. And then late in the year, when it mattered most, he's pitched well, whether it's clinching a playoff berth or pitching in one of those first playoff games, right? So I think they trust him there. And he hasn't pitched awful in his last 2 starts, but he needs to be better. So I'm with you on that aspect of it. He's got to give you a little bit more. 6 innings, 2 earned runs. That would be sufficient for me tonight against the Brewers. The Brew Crew are no joke. So this is a team where you're really going to get to see, all right, what kind of Aaron Nola should we expect in the postseason? I think this is a perfect matchup for him to show, hey, I still got it. I can pitch in those big games. It's September now. It's gonna be different.
Well, let me tell you, over the last couple of years, I've had no problem with the Nola coaster. Even when he's up and down and all around, I've always said, listen, He's had some moments in big games. He pitched game 2 to close out the series against the Cardinals. He was the guy who pitched the last regular season game that year to get you into the playoffs. He's had some big moments and big wins. He has not shown that pulse. You know, in those years, he was up, he was down, more up than down. The problem is he's given up the long ball still. I certainly am not in the camp that says I'm ready to trust him. Now, my intuition would say he either pitches game 2 or he's not on the roster and he goes into the number 4 spot when they get to the divisional series. Now, I could be way off base on that, and maybe they're saying we're pitching him game 2 no matter how he pitches. Now, if he pitches well tonight, I'll feel a lot better that, okay, after the injury, he's down what? This is like his 4th game since coming back?
Yes, it'll be a 4th start. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a big one tonight for Nola, especially for the Nola coaster. I mean, listen, Nola is a very divisive player when it comes to talking about him in the rotation. Is he ace? Is he not ace? We know that discussion has been surrounding him for years. So But tonight, it's going to be a big one for him. I think he finds his way into the playoff rotation no matter what. He would have to be really awful over the next month to not be on that roster and be in the rotation, in my estimation. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3. I don't know if you saw this wild story.
Real quick. I looked back at 2022, 2023, and 2024. In the division round in 2022 and 2023, they had 13 pitchers. And in 2024, they went down to 12 pitchers. So just keep that in mind. Usually 3 starters and either 9 or 10 relief pitchers. So would they just put Nola on the roster as like, hey, you're on the roster, but we have no intention of using you?
Yeah. I listen. I can't wait to see.
That would knock your boy Walker out, maybe.
Yeah, it would knock Taiwan out. It would knock him off the roster. But we'll see. I'm very fascinated to see what the playoff roster looks like when we get to that point. We talk about it for so long. I can't wait anymore. I can't wait. All right. This story's crazy. Pablo Torre story surrounding Kawhi Leonard. Nugget number 3. The NBA has come out and said they are investigating the Clippers after the report of cap circumventing payments to Kawhi Leonard for a fraudulent endorsement deal. This is crazy. And you know how?
Hold on, real quick. The Phillies lineup just dropped.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, the Phillies lineup dropped today. And let's see. The Phillies lineup is brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC plumbing electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running year-round. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Real Muto, Bohm, Bader, Castellanos, Sosa, Wilson is in left field today. So Casty's in right, Bader's in center, Wilson's in left. They are facing a left-handed pitcher in Quintana, so you figured this would be the lineup. Sosa is at second, no Stott in the lineup. There you go.
All right. Love to see Bader in center field once again. Love that. All right. Back to the Kawhi thing. Mike, I'm sure you saw this story. Nuts.
I have seen the story. I've also seen some now other. Have you seen the latest in this?
Yes. Mark Cuban has sent out a tweet. Former Dallas Mavericks owner. He says I'm on Team Bomber, and then put a whole reason as to why he's on Team Bomber. So this is a fascinating story, but I also want to point this out as well. The Philadelphia 76ers are tied to this too. Not in a negative light or anything like that, but it's just something to keep an eye on with this investigation going on and with this story dropping. Our buddy RB Philly Take, a great YouTuber, great follow on social media, he put out and put out a reminder. I totally forgot about this. The 76ers own the Clippers 2028 first-round pick and a 2029 Clippers first-round pick swap. So, depending on what goes on with this whole situation, if it is actually true that they circumvented the cap and they paid Kawhi Leonard $28 million and try to get around it through this endorsement deal, that's something to keep an eye on if you're a Sixers fan with those picks. We've seen the NBA doc picks before. If there was something to come out of this, something to watch for. Sixers, somewhat involved in this little thing there, Mike Gill.
That's a good little scoop there by that guy. I think the whole thing, so Mark Cuban, I saw what he tweeted out, which was there's no way, he said there's no way that Ballmer would be that dumb.
Yep.
So that's his take.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Now, he doesn't own the Mavericks anymore. Remember that. Mark Cuban does not own the Mavericks anymore. He's now a former owner. He sold the team. But he is siding with one of the owners in Steve Ballmer in this situation. So he gave a great explanation.
The question, so obviously Cuban's a very interesting guy these days, right? I mean, he's been very political, so he used to be very popular.
Yep.
Shark Tank, he's popular because of the owner and Shark Tank, and then he's gotten very political, so now he's been become polarizing.
Yep.
So this is going to go all over the place because of who he is and like the fact that he's saying, I'm on Team Ballmer here. I don't know that anybody's going to give this a fair shot, but the whole story is bizarre in that we were talking about this beforehand, and Josh brought up the point of what if there was an actual the whole thing is that Kawhi Leonard got paid $50 million to be endorsing what was it? Go ahead.
So it's supposed to be like a lawn company, like a lawn service. And my question was, is that What if this was a legitimate business? What if this was not a no-show payout shell company shuffling money? If this was just a legitimate endorsement, would we have an issue with it?
Right.
I don't know. Hey,
You
just
make me
saying.
make a phony phone call to Mr. Ed Rooney. That's what this feels like right now.
Keep an eye on those picks. If something comes of it, keep an eye on them. Shout out to RB for that.
All right, that's today's Nuggets. By the way, did you see Frambler Valdez last night hit his catcher in the chest?
Yes.
Some people are wondering if he did it on purpose.
I don't know.
That he crossed up the catcher and he fired a fastball right off his chest piece after the guy gave up a grand slam. I guess he didn't like the pitch that the catcher called and said, "You know what, buddy? I didn't like that pitch, and this is what I'm doing."
Right in the chest. By the way, had to turn that Mets game off. That was a disaster.
Yeah, but the
Didn't wanna
Dodgers
watch
lost
that.
to the Pirates last
They
night.
did. They did. They did lose to the pot. Yep. That was a good one. All right. They're the Nuggets.
More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. 5 o'clock hours on the way. We're going to talk Phillies baseball and this lineup and how they manage it with Dave Gallagher coming up. All right, 5 o'clock hour, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. Our next guest played 9 years in the majors, including the 1995 season with the Philadelphia Phillies. Dave Gallagher joins me now as the Phillies head into Game 2 of this series. I definitely want to get Dave's perspective on a lot of different things here. He's got a lot of experience in a lot of different roles, playing on a lot of different clubs, and dealing with a lot of different things. So definitely want to hear his take on what's happening with this Phillies team as we turn the calendar to September, Dave Gallagher. We got September baseball, and the last time we talked, felt like the team was falling apart. They got swept by the Mets, and then here we are a week later. They're back up by 6 games, Dave. What has changed from the Mets series to where we are today?
Yeah, I think that's part mental, against the Mets. Especially at the Mets. But, they're a good enough team. I think, like I said the last time we spoke, I think this is the best version of the Phillies roster-wise and complete. I know terrible loss of Wheeler, and that definitely has a negative impact on them heading into the playoffs. But I think their pitching staff can withstand it. You need to see Nola have a good start tonight and continue to get better. But even without Nola, they'll have a good top 3. If Nola is 4 and he's pitching okay, there's not too many teams that have a great number 4 starter. But I think they're in such a good position. I have to go back and give Dombrowski a lot of credit for patience because when we spoke about this and we were both playing GM probably 2 months ago, I was ready to pull the trigger on moving one of your top starting pitchers. And to me, the guy that had the best leverage and the most value was Sanchez. And I said it, and I could feel my ears burning from Philly fans. But I would never trade him unless I was getting a closer. At the time, they didn't have Duran, and a middle-of-the-lineup impact player. And Dombrowski was able to do it without losing one of his top-line starters or a top prospect. He gets Duran and then makes that move for Bader, and Bader has turned out to be
Bader, a guy that Bader was a guy though that you asked for.
I really did, and I didn't think they were going to get him because he was playing on at the time a contending team. But I just thought he was such a good fit, and he is. If you think back, Mike, when they had Rojas, not to take anything away from Rojas, I just think he needs to be in the minor leagues longer. The mistakes that he made seem to be just needs more seasoning. His at-bats were very inconsistent. Bader he solidifies the outfield defense in center, solidifies it. He's got some pop, but every at-bat against the righty or a lefty is a professional at-bat. He'll have his good games and bad games, but every at-bat is solid. Regardless of the count, he takes his chances when he's in hitter's counts, but he knows how to hit when he's behind the count, and he can do some damage there as well.
Dave, obviously, I want to look at, you talked about Bader playing center field. You got Nick Castellanos, obviously, in the lineup tonight, but he is obviously not thrilled with what's going on here. Max Kepler's getting a little bit more time. Mosher started to play much better, been a big contributor. He's not in the lineup tonight. We've talked a lot about platooning. You were a guy that platooned, but Nick Castellanos is a different situation. He is not used to platooning. You watch them from the outside looking in as a former player and wonder, Nick has been vocal. He's not happy. This is hard for him. Is that a concern for you as a former player about what's going on every day when these guys don't know if they're playing?
A concern yet? Well, let me just give the listeners a reality feel. And I heard Topper actually talk about this. And because he's been in the game his whole adult life, it's true. He doesn't want to see a player that wants to come out of a game. Be like a pitcher who's getting hit around and starts looking at the dugout, like, come and get me. You don't see that at the major league level very often. You want a guy that will basically want to fight you to come to stay in the game. But what happens in the course of your career, it happened to me. There was a day I was actually playing for the Mets, and I wasn't in the starting lineup. And the game is just about to start, and I'm sitting on the bench, and I'm pissed off at the world because it's the way I make my living, And I'm looking out there, and I thought, well, if I was the manager, that's the guys that I would put out there if I want to win a game, and I'm not one of them. So I had to come with a different mindset, and I said, then I'm going to be the best damn role player that I can be. And that was very important. I talked to Willie Randolph at the end of his career, and we had that conversation. Willie was fighting not being an everyday player, but he was at that point where he wasn't that. And I talked to him about it. And I said, there's such a fine line between fighting to be a starter and accepting being a role player. And I think that's where Nick is at. I'm not sure you want to curb that quite yet. You want him to push to get in the lineup. But what has been created, Mike, I maybe on purpose, maybe by accident, is competition throughout. You know, Stott and Sosa, they push each other. And I think they probably be an interesting conversation. I think they get along well, and I think they legitimately pull for the other guy. That's real. Like when you shake a man's hand and he's platooning with you, it can't be one of them soft handshakes like when a guy hits a home run. It's got to be real. You got to genuinely pull for him. He's your teammate. And if you don't, it's kind of like this negative karma. It works against you, I promise. You got to pull for him.
Yep.
And it has to be real.
Well,
and I think they do that.
And this is a tough spot. I mean, Thompson has kind of said, hey, we want to get everybody playing time here, but it's obvious that Castellanos is the one guy. He's used to playing every single day. How much would you be playing him? Is this a straight platoon, or do you think that he still deserves to be maybe 70-30, 60-40? Because if he's in a straight platoon, he's getting the least amount of playing time because he's a right-handed hitter. You don't see lefties as much. So he would be playing less than Kepler here. So how do you think they should handle at least right field?
If I was Rob, and he may have done this, I would call Nick in and say, listen, I want you to play well enough and be productive enough to be our everyday right fielder. I want that because I feel that that's what our team needs, not just to make the playoffs. It's got to be beyond that. That cannot be the bar. The bar has to be to win a world championship. For us to do that, if I'm Topper, I would say to him, I want you to do well enough to make me write your name in the lineup. But you have to understand, if you're not doing well, and Marsh is or Kepler is, we got to go with what we feel is the best lineup on any given day. But, Mike, do you think that – because I always respect your opinion on this, but do you feel that the Phillies are the best version of themselves with him being an everyday right fielder, but hitting the way he has the capability of doing? Sometimes he looks like he's just swinging and hopes the pitcher hits his bat.
Well, Dave, I'll tell you this: you've been around you've been around major league pitchers, and I wonder if I'm Aaron Nola and I'm struggling, I don't need a right fielder who's not going to help me out when I'm struggling. If I'm struggling, I need a guy who's going to make every play possible out there. So even if they're both hitting 230, which that's not even the case. The problem with Castellanos is in the month of August, he's hitting 198. I mean, that's a huge problem. So if you're going to hit 198 and then play the defense that you do, if I'm pitching, I don't want you back out there. So the one big part about this, Dave, and you can speak to this too, is he's probably the one guy that can get so hot that he can carry you for, as we saw him in the Braves series, where he hit 450 with the 4 home runs. And that's always in the back of your mind is when he gets going. But can you make a lineup hoping that he gets there? Because if you do, the other side of the coin is Arizona, where he hits 042.
Right. Yeah, I think it has to happen prior to the playoffs. So his time, everybody's time. Like, I mean, professional sports, it really is, what have you done for me lately? I mean, your prior years will help keep you in the lineup a longer time. A rookie might get sent out to the minor leagues, but Nick is not that right now. If you look at the difference of him and Marsh since the All-Star break, Marsh has earned his way back into a lot of playing time. I know he's not in there tonight, but
they're facing a lefty. They're facing a lefty, so he still has struggled against lefties.
And Quintana is a smart lefty, not just a lefty. I'm curious to see how Schwarber handles Quintana because he's been around Quintana. He knows how to pitch, and Schwarber's so damn good facing another lefty. I'm interested in that matchup. But
not to mention, he has 4 home runs, and since he struck out 8 times in 3 games.
And prior to the home runs, he was struggling. So this is like the first time in over a year, well over a year, that we've seen any inconsistency out of Schwarber. He's been very consistent, right? between 245 and 255 as his batting average, getting hit the head in the count, getting 2 strike hits with a ton of power. The most consistent player for the Phillies for over a year now, no doubt in my mind. So it's like anybody else, any other team. The Phillies need their run producers to get right at the right time. And the lead up is now.
Yeah.
The lead up. You got to find every at bat means something, even in a loss. You don't want to, excuse my language, but you don't want to piss away any at bat. Every at bat is an important one because you got to get to a point where you are consistent and it leads you into the playoffs.
I want to also, I know this is tough for a guy who played in the league. The money's a lot different. But how hard is it when you're the guy making $20 million? How hard is it for the manager, the team, or whatever to be like, hey, you're the guy that's not playing right now because you're the one who's hurting us? And knowing you're the guy that makes the most money, being kind of the odd man out.
Yeah, I saw Bobby Bonilla, this is how many years ago, but Bobby at the time had the biggest contract. I think it was 5 for 25. And
you were playing with Bonilla on the team at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
It was on the Mets. And when he came over, he was the guy everybody wanted. He's coming from the Pirates. Everything about him.
Yeah.
He was not a good player, but he was a good guy, a very good teammate. And then he came to New York with that stress of being the highest paid player, and he just got beat up. But I mean, they're not coming after 5 straight losses to Dave Gallagher to ask me questions. So I'd rather be the guy that's making a ton of money and get those tough questions, but I wasn't. So I get done with the game, I shower, eat some food, I'm going home. He was always approached. Nick is not that guy. That's Harper. Hopefully it's going to be Schwarber too next year. The man deserves a good contract, and I hope he's still in Philly. But there is stress both sides. I think what we're seeing from Rob and the staff, I think he's been given the trust and the ability to do what he sees fit, as opposed to money dictating who starts and who doesn't. That's a good thing.
Well, obviously that's been a big story, and we'll keep an eye on that down the stretch here. I want to go back to Nola, because he's another guy who makes a lot of money, and it has not been a good season for him. In your mind, is it automatic that he starts a playoff game if he does not kind of, show them that he has come out of this? I mean, he pitched okay in his last game. He hasn't really had a Nola start really all year.
I agree, and I think he would agree with you. And you're saying it right. There's no guarantee that he's a playoff pitcher. But similar to Castellanos, I think the pitching coach and the whole staff, Rob and the whole staff, are hoping that they get the best version of Nola because he's got that experience and he's got great stuff when he's right. He's not right. He's not himself yet. So he's got to strive there. He's probably got about a half a dozen starts before the playoffs, 5 or 6 maybe.
Yep.
So hopefully he can put himself in the mix. You brought up a good point the last time we spoke about 3 consecutive lefties. And, I've given it some thought. And I guess, it works both ways. If you're hot against, say, Sanchez, you're going to feel pretty good the next night. If it's Suarez and then Rosario, you're going to feel pretty good. But it can work conversely as well. If you struggle seeing a ball off of Suarez, and now you've got a similar Sanchez rather, and then you have a similar lefty for the next 2 starts, that can work against you too. So breaking them up is probably what they're hoping, but he's got to pitch his way in front of one of those guys in order to get that opportunity, and that's how it should be.
Talking with Dave Gallagher, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran, of course, played with the Phillies in 1995, among many other ball clubs. Always gives us great experiences. There you go with one, Bobby Bonilla, and those Mets teams there. And obviously, this Mets team and the Phillies, they're separated by 6 games. They'll play 4 more times coming up next week. They also play the Dodgers coming up. That will be for the number 2 seed. They have the Brewers tonight and tomorrow. So there's some big games down the stretch here. But you take a look at this Phillies team. I think most of the fans, Dave, would say, I'll believe it when I see it, right? Is that fair? Is that a fair mentality to have? Or do you think, has this team over from April to September proven to you that they're different?
Oh, they're definitely different in a positive way. I mean, I watch them a lot. I still love the game. I've been out of it for quite a while, but I love the game for what it is. I don't really have any particular favorite team, but I just love the game. When I'm watching, whoever's behind in the game, regardless of who's playing, I pull for that team. I want it to become, a good ending to the game at big spots on pitching, defense, hitting. But yeah, I think they're much better. They're better positioned right now. Again, I'll go back to with the exception, and it's a big exception, of Wheeler. Can you imagine if they still had him on the staff? Then that's one hell of a starting rotation, 1 through 4, with the 5th guy being a possibility of jumping in front of somebody. But every team, I look at the Mets and I think, okay, when they're swinging it good, they can score runs with anybody, but their bullpen has been horrendous. Kind of like they put up a 6 spot. I go watch another game on TV and I flick back and the score's tied. But it's happening over and over. So everybody's got their warts. And I think the Phillies have done a pretty good job of providing the players with what they need to take a shot at this, take a shot at a world championship. They've shown that they can play with top teams. If that, after the Mets series, if they just fell flat against, Milwaukee, then you might say, well, they're facing better teams and they can't handle it. But that's not the case.
Right.
They can compete. I think it's like, like a hockey goalie. The goalie's got to be hot going into the playoffs, and then it's amazing to watch. That goalie is terrible. It don't matter how many wins you had in the regular season. So I it's going to be who gets hot at the right time, I think. I really do.
Well, obviously they have a lot of decisions to make. Nola tonight, Sanchez, Luzardo, how they're going to set that pitching up, that will be key. And then they added Walker Buehler the other day. Dave, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how he might fit in. He's going to start on the 12th against the Royals. He'll probably get 2 or 3 more starts after that. I mean, is he a guy that you look at as, hey, he could be a starter in this and be that number 2 guy possibly, or does he appeal to you as a guy to close, or I don't want to say close out because you got Duran, but could he pitch in some high-leverage situations in the bullpen? He hasn't done a lot of that. He did save the final game of the World Series last year, but what did you make of them signing Walker Buehler?
I put it in the category of why not? Why not bring him in? But also in the same category as Nola. They're hoping a guy who they've seen in playoff scenarios pitch lights out and have great stuff. But he hasn't been that guy. He's coming off being released. So he's got time, right? He'll probably also get a couple of starts, and they're going to cross their fingers and hope they catch lightning in a bottle. They can always add. And, because however it ends up, whoever ends up being in that rotation is going to push somebody out, and it's going to push somebody else to, say, long man. But long man in the playoffs, it's a blowout. It's an absolute blowout, and you're trying to save your bullpen. Like, you're surrendering. It's got to be like 8-0, 9-2, and you're saying, okay, we better not use up any more arms. Let's go after tomorrow. You don't want to be that guy, even though that's an important role in the grand scheme of things. But you don't want to be that guy, So they're put some names in there. They picked up guys that they're hoping can do well, but they're still pretty well set with their top 3 for sure, and they've got some options for their 4th guy.
Well, should be an interesting end of the season here with those Mets games coming up. 4 of them against the Mets next week. You got 3. You got a West Coast trip against the Dodgers for 3 coming up after that. So this season, far from over, and we know the Phillies and the Brewers play tonight. And then tomorrow, a afternoon game as well. I do want to get your thoughts on that. We were talking about this the other day. The Phillies played the Sunday night game, then had to fly to Milwaukee and play an afternoon game. And, some fans say, well, boo-hoo, you're flying first class. Like, is that something, or is that overblown?
I think it's real, but it's overblown as far as the player's perspective. You just do what you got to do. Are you tired? Yeah, And for me, I don't know how it is for every other player, but if I'm tired, it's not like I'm going to go to the hotel right now and I'm going to go to sleep so I can get the right. I just fall asleep when I'm tired or worn out or watching TV. But I'll tell you a quick funny story. post-career, I was doing pregame and postgame for the Phillies at Comcast. I think it's got a different name, that building now. But anyway, I'm doing pregame, postgame. I'm down at my beach house in Cape May, and I'm washing my car, having just a beautiful day. And it was, I don't know, 11:30 or something, and my phone rings, and it was the producer. And she said, "I'm hoping that you're close to the stadium." And it just hit me like, oh, my God. I made the mistake of assuming it was a night game. It was a businessman special.
Oh, boy.
And I'm still 2 hours from going to my house to put on my suit and then drive into Philly for the game. I could have acted like a kindergartner and made up a story, but I told the truth. I said, I'll listen to the game on the radio and I'll make it for post game. I felt
Well,
like
it's like,
kid.
they played the Sunday night game. They flew to Milwaukee. I think they said they got there, sometime, in the early, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Then you're sleeping there. And I don't know how early you get to the ballpark to play a 4 o'clock, or I guess it was a 3 o'clock game out there. But I'm saying you got two teams. One of them's the best team in the National League, even if you're even. If you're even and they're well-rested and you're not, that could just be enough. And so I thought that was a pretty big come-from-behind win for them on Monday, considering all of that.
Absolutely. It was a huge – I watched that game. It was very exciting to watch, and you could tell by the emotions of the players that was a big game.
Absolutely.
It's a shot in the arm. Real quick, back to your point about how do you feel, are you sluggish? That's one of my points about, analytics. That it's good to have all that information, but you're probably dragging a little that day as a hitter. So you don't have your normal bat speed. Your barrel's dragging through the zone a little bit. And if you're conscious of it, same like having a virus, a flu, you're going to play. You're not going to go to the trainer and say, hey, I can't go to, at least I'm not. I'm going to play. I'm not going to feel good, but it's either sit at my couch and not feel good, or it's play and not feel good. I'm playing. But your bat speed isn't quite there. So there's some things that have to be taken into consideration that are real time, as opposed to what your previous stats were to predict what that outcome is going to be, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. Well, I know the Mets lost earlier today, so the Phillies can gain a game tonight. They lost to the Tigers 6-2, so the Phillies know that going in. You like that, knowing going in that you can gain? Like, is that kind of like on your mind? Do you guys scoreboard watch like that?
Yeah, you do. Guys will say, no, we're worried about ourselves, but you're always checking that out.
Yeah, they know they can gain a game tonight, right?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. But again, I'll say that can't be their goal. I think they can't be like the fans. It can be your goal. Let's win the division first and then see what happens. For the players, that cannot be your priority. It's got to be to win the whole damn thing. That has to be your mentality, not to win the division.
Well, they take another step tonight against the Brewers, and, of course, we'll recap it all tomorrow. We'll get you ready for the Eagles tomorrow. And, of course, the Phillies-Brewers finish their series tomorrow against Milwaukee. Dave Gallagher, always a pleasure. Great to get your insight and catch up for all the people as the playoffs get close here. We'll be talking to Dave, hopefully, throughout the baseball September and October here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Dave, always appreciate it, man.
All right, take care, Mike.
All right, there's Dave Gallagher, a 9-year Major League Baseball veteran, spent the 99 season with the Philadelphia Phillies, played all over the place. If I'm trying to guess the teams, I know he's mentioned the Mets. I'm pretty sure the Orioles, the Angels, those are at least 4 of the teams that he's played for, but you always get those names, right? He has thrown out so many names of guys that he has played with. It just adds to the insight that he brings to the show and the conversation. He says, I played with Bobby Bonilla. He's mentioned before, Cal Ripken, Eddie Murray's name has come up in conversation. Just always love, anytime we're kind of looking at the big board over there, who do we want to talk Phillies with today? And when I say, you know what, let's bring Dave Gallagher back, Josh is always like, I like that idea, right? You always learn something and get perspective that you're just not getting anywhere else other than right here on the Sports Bash. So we always appreciate Dave lending us some insight and analysis from his 9-year Major League Baseball playing perspective. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. It's game time, Jersey. The playbook for this season's action is on DraftKings Casino. Play thousands of popular slots for a shot at jackpots. Over $400 million has already been awarded. New players get 500 spins on Huff and More Puff over 10 days. Download the app, use the code DK973, and claim your spins after your first $5 wager. Get in the game with DraftKings Casino, home of the largest jackpot win online casino in history. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. You must be 21 or older, physically present in New Jersey. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for the featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. It ends on October 25th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Hey, tomorrow night, it's a Sal Pal Thursday. As Sal Palantonio will join us on the show, but he's back every Friday here on the Sports Bash for Sal Pal Fridays. But he'll be here Thursday and Friday, 5 o'clock drive time. Sal Pal Friday is back right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:33. Here we go. It's time for this week's edition of the Fine Five, Ugly Five, five best, five worst teams in the NFL. These are my five best, five worst teams. It's called the Fine Five, Ugly Five. And my fantasy draft last night, Josh.
What was your pick?
I had two.
Oh. What'd you
Yeah,
get?
guy ahead of me took Barkley, so I took Jamar Chase.
That's poor. It's a bad job by that guy.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit of a homer, but
He handed you that on a silver platter.
So the funny part is, my buddy texted me the other day. He said, "What are you doing with two?" And I said, "I honestly haven't looked yet. I haven't paid attention." And he said, "You're lying." And I said, "No, actually, I have no clue what I'm doing." Now, yesterday, people were asking me, and my buddy said, so-and-so, I don't even know who had the first pick because I wasn't at the draft last night. I did it remotely. But he said he's taking Barkley, and I thought he was messing with me. So I'm like, my girlfriend's birthday's today. Happy birthday. So last night we're doing some stuff around the house for the birthday, and I just have the computer on, and I'm waiting for it to say, "You are on deck." Well, I'm number 2, so I'm on deck.
Right.
So I'm waiting for it to say, "You are on the clock." So I hear, "You are on the clock." And I go over there, and I said, "Oh, man, that guy did take Barkley." So,
I am very fortunate that in all my fantasy leagues, I did walk away with the one guy I wanted more than anyone, that being Ashton Genty.
Oh, yeah. I think he was like the 4th or 5th pick in our draft. I think he went 5th. Could be wrong. He might have gone 6th.
He dropped in a lot of my drafts. I think a lot of people were, not to be critical, but I don't know how many people actually know who Ashton Genty is in some of my leagues.
If you were to ask me right now, who else did I get, I don't think I remember.
It's okay.
Because the second pick was weird. So I took Chase. I came back the other side. I think I took James Cook.
I also have Justin Herbert in all of my leagues. I don't know how that
My
happened.
quarterback is Kyler Murray.
I have him in one of
I
my
did take
leagues.
Tyler Warren. I think he's going to have a big year.
In my one league, I have Murray and Herbert.
All right, well, good luck.
Not a bad duo, right?
No. Let's go with the ugly five first.
Ugly.
These are the 5 worst teams in the NFL. Number 5. Going with the Raiders. I think the Raiders are going to be improved. But you just talked about Genty. It's about all they have on offense. Not a lot there. I mean, I like Geno Smith. They do have Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers, man.
Yeah. But, I mean, I don't know.
No love for the Raiders. Now, let me ask you a question really quick. If they were in a different division, like if they were
they played a brutal division.
Right. If they were like in the AFC South, would you feel differently?
Oh, if they're in the AFC South, they probably have a chance to win it.
Right.
They're playing the Chiefs twice, Chargers twice, Browns. They're playing in a division with 3 playoff teams.
Contenders,
Yeah.
right.
They probably go 1-5 in those games. So,
yeah, I can see that. I understand where you're coming from.
although Geno Smith did have a big year with Pete Carroll in
did.
Seattle.
And we know that Geno is good off of play action. What is that? You have Casey Joyner coming up tomorrow. You know Casey loves to talk about how Geno's good off the play action.
One thought every game tomorrow, 5:30 on the Sports Bash. I got to go number 4, Jacksonville.
You got to put Jacksonville. Whatever list is the ugly list, Jacksonville has to be on the list. No offense, Travis Hunter or Trevor Lawrence, or I know LaQuint Allen from Millville. He's down there now, but, oh, boy, that roster is a mess.
Yeah. Number 3, I'm going Cleveland.
Cleveland, this is for you. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, again, offensively, Joe Flacco. They do have Jerry Jeudy out there. Offensive line's not great. Run game, meh. Defense is okay. Their defense isn't bad, but they play in a brutal division, too. I mean, you could look at them being 1-5 in their division as well.
Yeah, I can see that.
2. I got Tennessee here.
It's starting to look like you're missing 2 teams I have written down. Why do you have Tennessee?
I just don't see that. Like last year, that team just showed nothing. They got no.
Well, they also had the worst quarterback play in football.
I know, and they did get a quarterback. They just don't have a lot of weapons. I mean, they got
Calvin Ridley, Tony Pollard. No weapons?
I think Pollard's done. I liked Pollard when he was in Dallas. He did nothing last year. Ridley's another one of those guys. I think that year off killed him. He didn't do. I know you could say you don't have a quarterback. I think Ridley's one of them guys that just like you wait for these receivers, they hit an age, and you're just like, he's no good anymore. And remember they had like DeAndre Hopkins last year. You're like, oh, they actually got Pollard and Hopkins and Ridley.
Well, they got rid of Hopkins. That's why.
Right, but I'm saying they had pretty good weapons last year, name-wise, and they stunk.
Please tell me you at least have this team as number one.
I got the Saints.
Thank God.
Last.
At least you got that one.
Yeah, I am. Rattler, I have no time for. He's terrible.
And I have even less time for Tyler Shuck.
Well, Rattler, it's the starter, right?
Yeah, and Shuck's this number 2.
No, I know. I'm saying, but I'm basically judging this off the starting quarterback, not the backup.
No, but I mean, the backup's not any better. It's not like they had an option.
Well, obviously, I mean, he's the backup to Rattler, who's not good. The Saints have problems all over the place. Another one, team. Kamara. I think he's that guy that he's just done.
Yeah.
I like Olave, but he's not a big game breaker.
Nah, he's a good player, not a great player.
Yeah, all right, there's 2 teams. I'm assuming you put the Giants and the Colts in there.
Colts, yes. Also the Panthers.
Yeah. I think the Panthers could be a sneaky team.
I think you're nuts. They emptied out half their team already, it seems like.
I think that they have a sneaky little team. And I've been tough on Bryce Young, so we'll see if he bounces back because I don't have a lot of faith in him, but I think their defense is pretty good.
I can't believe you took the Raiders over Daniel Jones and the Colts.
Probably a mistake there. We'll see.
Listen, there's always next week. We do this every week.
Yeah. Number 5 in the Fine 5. Here we go.
Yes.
Number 5 in the Fine 5. I'm going Lions. Number 5.
You love that Lions team.
They got a ton of weapons. Defense, when healthy, not bad. I know they got a lot of problems with the coordinators and the center being out. I am cognizant of that. Going Lions.
All right. So that means you're going to have at least one team that I have on my 5, and that'll be not going to be on yours.
Yep. Number 4, we're going with the Packers.
Got to be on the top 5. I have them a little higher than you do, but they got to be there.
Okay. Packers are, I mean, their defense last year was solid. They just didn't have that guy. They now have that guy.
Right. They now have a game record.
But I want to ask you this question. He's getting the epidermal every week now, they're saying. Does that bother? Because it bothered you with Stafford. Don't tell me it's different with him because they're saying he's going to need to take that shot every week to be able to play.
It does concern me because the injury that they described, it just makes me squeamish. Like, if you have a issue with the L3 and L4 in your vertebrae, and in order for you to handle the pain, you got to get a shot every week, that sounds like a back surgery is in your future. And now you got to wonder, was Micah Parsons really worth $47 million?
Right. It was almost like, did the Cowboys know this?
Right. Was Jerry Jones right all along?
Right. Like, I played you guys. I got 2 first-round picks for a guy. Now, he's saying he's playing. No, his agent said he's playing.
His agent said
yes,
he's
his agent said he's playing. Now, today, Matt LaFleur said they weren't sure. But the agent said the other day that he was.
Correct.
Or that he didn't say that he was. He said that if he was playing tomorrow night for Dallas, that he would have played.
But he would have played in Thursday night,
Yes.
right? Which led us to say, well, he's probably playing Sunday because he's got more time off.
But they did say he's going to need the shot every week.
No, he doesn't need it every week, which is the good news. The bad news is it still makes you wonder. You know, head scratcher. But to me, the bigger deal with the Packers is who they drafted, Mike. Matthew Golden, I think, has remember Sterling Sharp with the Packers? He's got that kind of potential.
Interesting name. Golden is the only number 1 first round wide receiver they've taken in Foreversville
Since Sterling Sharp. Ironically enough. Who do you guys number 3?
Number 3, I got Buffalo.
Buffalo, this is for you.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't love their receiving weapons. I
don't think they love their receiving weapons.
Say, you got Josh Allen and you've given him, Keon Coleman's okay, and Secure. They're both like
they're nice.
They're both
players.
Yeah, but I don't think any of them are stars. James Cook, I drafted him in the fantasy draft last night. He had a great year last year.
I mean, Dalton Kincaid's a guy that can be productive, but I mean, is he really like a top tier tight end?
And they have the other tight end there. Who's the other guy? They have Dalton Kincaid and what's the guy's name? The second guy.
Now I'm drawing the blank. He played for the Cowboys, didn't he?
It's what the heck is that guy's name? Kincaid and man, I can't believe I can't think of this guy's name. But overall, Buffalo with Josh Allen should be
Dawson Knox.
There you go. Overall, Buffalo. Last year I wasn't a big Buffalo guy, mainly because they didn't have the weapons. But now that Josh Palmer's there as well, he's okay. They have three men, but I do like their defense.
They do have a very good defense. I'll give you that.
2 is Baltimore.
I agree.
As Mosher said earlier, they did not lose one guy from last year. Not one.
They also added from last year.
And now they have year 2 with Derrick Henry.
And Derrick Henry says that he wants to rush for 2,000 rushing yards this year. And Lamar Jackson was asked about that. And Lamar said, I'm here to help. Lamar's like, you want to go get 2,000 yards, baby? Go for it.
And the Eagles are number 1.
I agree. So the 2 teams you didn't have.
Until somebody, cracks them a little bit.
So you had 2 teams I have in my 5 here. Because I got the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs still have an elite defense. The offensive line is questionable, but they're still the Chiefs.
Well, I kind of gave that away yesterday in who's in, who's out when I had them as a wild card team.
That's true. And you didn't have the Rams.
No Rams for me.
So what is it about the Lions that you like better than the Rams?
See, I think the Lions still have a good offensive line. They did lose their center, which is the key part of your line, but the rest of their line is still like teams would yearn to have that offensive line.
Right, especially the 2 tackles.
Yeah, they have 2 good tackles. Their guards are solid. And obviously, they've got – I love St. Brown. I'm a big Jamison Williams guy, although I took him – people were snickering last night because I took him a little early in my draft, but I think he's going to have a big year.
Yeah, sometimes you got to go with strategy.
And love the running back situation there. They've got a great line, weapons in the backfield. Their offense has weapons. Now, is the play caller going to be a huge difference for them?
Huge question.
Big question, no doubt. Defensively last year, they went to the divisional round with that defense, which was a disaster with the injuries they had.
They had a bye week.
And they still, I'm saying, my point is they made it. They won the division. They played like the last 5 or 6 weeks of the season with that defense like that and still ended up advancing.
Right, 14 starters injured on defense last year.
And now they should have, Hutchinson's back, DJ Reader, Marcus Davenport, Terrion Arnold's in year 2, Brian Branch, the safety there. They have a pretty good defense. So the Rams, to me, they're one of those teams, and I like the Rams last year. I picked them in the who's in, who's out in the first week to make the playoffs. So they making the playoffs, I think, was people were surprised last year they made the playoffs. I had to make it in here. I like them still, but I feel like that's the team that had all these young guys that played really well last year, and then maybe you take that little bit of a step back. We'll see. And you talked about Stafford. You were worried about Stafford. Now you're saying last week you told me how concerned you were about Stafford.
I am concerned.
And now you're putting him in your top 5 teams in the whole league.
Because you told me I'm not allowed to grade these guys off of injuries.
Hey,
I got to grade them off of
I didn't say
people
you were not allowed. I said I don't. You could grade guys however you want.
So now you're concerned about Stafford's back?
No, I didn't say I was, but it would be a reason why I wouldn't put him in my top 5.
I just think that even if Stafford goes down, I think Jimmy Garoppolo could do a good enough job to win you 10 games.
Ooh, well, 10 games. That's not a top 5 team.
No, but I mean 10 games, and let's say Stafford wins you 3 others.
All right. Fine 5, ugly 5. Lions, Packers, Bills, Ravens, Eagles. Fine. Ugly. 5, Raiders, Jags, Browns, Titans, Saints. I do feel like I should change the Raiders to the Colts.
I think you should, too.
Can I make that official?
I would like you to.
All right.
Daniel Jones, I mean, come on. It's 2 words.
I don't know how I missed the Colts. As I'm looking through this list here, I said, Yeah, it's got to be the Colts.
I mean, you made a solid argument for the Panthers not being there.
Panthers, I think, there's a lot of people that think the Panthers have an outside shot to win that division. I'm not one of them.
No, but you made a reasonable argument, so I understand that one. But, I mean, you got to have the Colts in there. You know, Shane Steichen might lose his job at the end of this year.
Well, you drafted him, Anthony Richardson. I hope he wasn't a part of that decision-making process. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, you can check out the show live on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. We'll close out the show coming up next. All right, getting ready to get out of here on this Wednesday night. Phil's tonight. We gave you the lineup earlier today. We'll roll it through one more time for you here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, it's kind of a lineup that you can expect the rest of the way here, I would imagine. We'll see Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Realmuto, Bohm. Bohm didn't play in the game on Monday, and that was against a right-handed pitcher. They kept him out of the game, but he's back. Bader, Castellanos, Sosa, Wilson. So Casty's back. And I'll tell you, the numbers against Quintana, Nick Castellanos, 14 for 57 with 2 homers. Schwarber's 8 for 29 with 1 homer. Realmuto, 5 for 23 with a homer. Bohm is 3 for 20 with a homer. Turner, 6 for 29. Kepler, 6 for 18. Bader, 5 for 14. How about Kepler, 6 for 18? Would you have played him?
I would have. Why not? I mean, if we're going by the analytics, we're going by the numbers.
Yeah, Sosa 4 for 11. Wilson 0 for 10. Stott 0 for 6. Marsh 0 for 4. So there you go. That's the numbers against Jose Quintana, who pitches tonight for the Brewers. And, of course, the last time we saw him, he was pitching with the Mets and dicing up the Phillies in the playoffs. Yeah. All right, tomorrow's the big day, and tomorrow on the big show, Ross Tucker will join us, plus Sal Paolantonio, and he returns for One Thought every game. Casey Joyner, tomorrow night, 5:30 on the Sports Bash. Ross Tucker, Sal Paolantonio, One Thought every game. Casey Joyner. Feels like football. We'll be live at Chickies and Pete's over at Tropicana in Atlantic City. Come out and watch the Phillies with us and stick around for the Eagles tomorrow night. See ya.